Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Nelly, so can you please call the matter into the record?
Morning, Judge.
Morning.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 8th of February 2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Yesterday, I think there was a hand from Miss Beauty Kekana. Has she joined so that I can hear what she wanted to say? Miss Kekana, are you there? I see there is a hand. It's Miss Govender.
Judge, she wasn't in this morning for roll call, so I'm not sure whether she has joined thereafter.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Miss Govender.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, might I be excused at 3 p.m. today? My attorney will be available and will be watching the proceedings.
Okay, thank you very much. There was also, before I come to you, Mr. Profi, Mr. Makani, you wanted to say something yesterday.
As the court, please, my lady. Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, Mr. Makani.
I just wanted to make two requests on behalf of Advocate Sibara. He informs me that as he will be the one cross-examining the witness, that he requests that he cross-examines after everyone is cross-examined. And this morning he's got a doctor's appointment, so I don't know. He said probably by 2 o'clock he'll be able to, in the event everyone is finished, he will then start with his cross-examination by then. That is what I wanted to alert the court.
Okay, thank you very much. Noted. Shall we then proceed? The witness is here. Dr. Linkwani, you are reminded that you are still under oath. I see I forgot Mr. Profi.
Apologies, my lady. I'm just going to keep it very brief. It is just more a concern for in case I have to cross-examine. I only ask from my learned friends, which I think will be to the benefit of the court as well, that if they refer or when they refer to the difficulty I find myself in is that when counsel refers to an NGO, I want to avoid the situation where I then have to answer every possible scenario that is put to an NGO.
Let them be specific. You want them to be specific. I think that's a fair one. Yes. Thank you very much. That has been noted. Thank you. Is there another person? Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Linkwani.
Good morning, my lady.
The court would like to remind you that you're still under oath. Your cross-examination will continue. This will be by the representatives of, the families of the deceased. Ms. Poe.
May it please the court. Good morning, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Linkwani. My lady, good morning, doctor. My lady, in terms of our cross-examination, after consideration of yesterday's testimony, we've decided to limit our cross-examination to just one issue, and that's related to the MEC's involvement. In particular, it's a statement by Elizabeth Baby Maposa, and it has an incident that only Dr. Linkwani would be able to speak to. And that's the extent of our cross-examination.
Okay, continue.
My lady, I see there's a hand.
Yes, Ms. Govender.
My lady, we will be listening attentively, and if need be, then we reserve our rights to ask clarifying questions following the cross-examination of Ms. Poe.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue, Ms. Boy.
Dr. Linkwani, I represent Section 27 on behalf of 44
Just
families.
put your hand down, Ms. Cavender. Thank you. Continue.
On behalf of 44 families and the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. Dr. Linkwani, I'd like to refer you to page 573 on case lines. You will see it's a statement from Elizabeth Baby Maposa, who is the project manager of Udirile Care Center in Hammanskraal. Have you found that page?
I'm still trying to look at it. 572.
573.
573.
If you can leave her to look at the statement first.
I'm there, my lady.
You can just read the statement before you ask questions. I don't know how long it is, but just familiarize yourself with it.
Should I read up to where, my counsel?
Dr. Linkwani, if you can just read up until the end, paragraph 4, the end of paragraph 4.
I can see, my lady.
Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Linkwani, do you remember Ms. Elizabeth Baby Maposa?
Yeah.
And do you recall the MHCUs to Udirile Care Center?
I recall, yes, my lady, but I'm not sure about the number 20, but I recall.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwani. Dr. Linkwani, you'll see at paragraph 3 of the statement, Ms. Maposa says that Ms. Mahlangu called and requested that the center keep 20 patients from Life Esidimeni temporarily. And at paragraph 4, she says that she then received a call from Dr. Sophie Linkwani to confirm the agreement with Dadani Mahlangu. Do you recall that? Dr. Linkwani, do you recall under what circumstances you made the call to Ms. Maposa to arrange the movement of patients, or what prompted you to call?
I don't remember calling Mrs. Maposa, baby, to come and take the patients. If you allow me to explain what happened.
Yes, continue.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela, he didn't say MEC Qedani. He said Dr. Manamela requested her to come and fetch the patients.
Thank you, Doctor.
I agree with what he has written here to say for temporarily, to keep those patients temporarily, and then as soon as the beds, we have beds, then those patients will be taken from her.
And this arrangement was made according to Ms. Maposa by Dr. Manamela.
What she told me on that day in May.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Linkwani. My lady, that concludes our cross-examination.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Govender, you want to intervene now? Just for
Yes, I
for
just
clarification, as you indicated.
Yes,
Yes.
one clarity-seeking question for the witness, if I may proceed.
Okay.
Dr. Lenkwane, Ms. Matlangu's version is that she was never involved with the transfer of patients, and she was never involved directly with the NGOs. Are you in a position to dispute that?
Maybe phrase your question. I don't understand, because I've already said Mrs. Maposa told me that it's Dr. Manamela, not MEC Qedani Mahlangu.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Lenkwane, I've heard that.
Yes,
And
Ms. Govender.
Yes, my lady, if I could just finish. Dr. Lenkwane, I've heard you. You raised the same yesterday when I questioned you that you had difficulty understanding me. I'll repeat my question. It's very simple. Ms. Matlangu's version will be that she was never directly involved with the transfer of patients, and she was never directly involved with the NGOs. That's her version. I'm asking you if you are in a position to dispute that. So it's either you can dispute it, you can't dispute it, or you have no knowledge. Which one is it?
I have no knowledge about that, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. That concludes my questioning.
As far as I can recall, Mr. Forbey is one of the representatives who withdrew. from the proceedings. Am I correct? I think he was the one to follow. Then, Ms. Mujerera, are you ready to proceed in case you have cross-examination of the witness? Oh, Ms. Foster, you are okay. But it's Ms. Mujerera first, I think.
Yes, it is indeed. I've asked permission from Advocate Mzalele if I can proceed. I'm not available tomorrow. She did indicate it is in order. I do not know if it's in order of the court.
Yes, but you must tell me in advance, isn't it? So that I should know. Okay, continue.
As a court, please. Good morning, Dr. Linkwani. My name is Phyllis.
My counsel.
Good morning. My name is Phyllis Foster, and we appear on behalf of four of the deceased, families of the four of the deceased, and I'm acting on behalf of AfriForum. I just want to tell you that the families that we represent is the deceased family of Jabulani Mshlongo, Tabo Munyane, David Mpofu, and Jaco Stolz. Three of these deceased persons, just to be fair to you, died at Cullinan Care Centre and one of them at Siabadinga. My lady, the questions I'm going to ask to the witness, maybe I can just put the relevancy of it on record as requested. It will all boil down to the question of negligence or the degree of negligence, and I'm going to ask the witness regarding her admissions made during a disciplinary hearing, the concerns that was raised by
the admissions made by who? By the witness. Okay, continue.
And then my second.
How is that going to help us? If you may elaborate on that.
Pointed out, if I ask my question, I'm just saying to the court now, as requested.
Yes, I need to understand. Yes, that's why I'm asking you this question. How is that going to help us?
During unlawful instructions that she carried out.
Okay, but we were hoping to hear the basis of that, so that we should understand your question because. Okay.
So our second point will be regarding an email sent by Dr. Robertson, in which Dr. Linkwani was CC'd in. My third aspect will be regarding the reference made in her statements of repercussions.
Yes.
Firstly, I'm going to ask her if she has any knowledge about the move from CCRC to Siabadinga, the patients that was moved there. My fifth point will be the confrontation between herself and Dr. Monamela regarding the placing of patients. My sixth point will be the information that was provided to her by Ms. Jacobus regarding the NGOs. Seventh point, I'm going to ask if she's got any medical qualifications. And my eighth point.
Medical qualifications?
Yes.
Okay.
As a good please.
What is the necessity of that question? Because we all know that she's a nurse who has got a doctoral degree in psychiatry. That's what she has been saying.
Indeed, so my lady, but yesterday
why you want to ask her about the medical qualifications?
I understand that, my lady, but yesterday cross-examination was provided to her that she had made statements regarding the fact of the life expectancy. Questions that she could not have known the answer to as she's not a medical expert, and that will be the basis.
Continue.
As the court pleases. Ms. Dr. Linkwani, I first want to take you to page number 30358, please. 30358. If you want to scroll one page up on page 30357, it's just the first page of the document. This was your disciplinary hearing.
Thank you.
The mitigation circumstances.
Has the witness found the page?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, Ms. Foster, just give the witness time so that don't move fast for the witness to understand. Continue.
Counsel, where should I read?
Dr. Linkwani, do you recognize the document on page 30357? It's the first page. It's the mitigation circumstances that the NOSA on your behalf had produced in the disciplinary hearing on the 29th of June 2017.
Yes, my lady.
So in this disciplinary hearing, you pleaded guilty to 2 counts. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
If I read the counts out to you, that you pleaded guilty to 2 counts of misconduct, charges as preferred by the Department of Health, that she was in breach of Section 195 of the Constitution. Are you with me? It's on the last paragraph of that page.
Are you there?
Lady?
Yes. Okay. I'm looking at case line. That's why. Yes, Mr.
My lady, we've spoken about this on Friday, and I would like my learned friend to indicate the relevance of this evidence with regards to the death of any of her clients. The court asked that the people, as far as possible, keep their cross-examination regarding their clients. Whatever.
I've noted you, Mr. Profi.
Whatever Dr. Lenkwane pleaded guilty to in the disciplinary hearing is not going to assist this court in coming to a finding whether she or anybody had been responsible, causally responsible for any of the deaths of any deceased, not even referring to her to Mrs. Foster's 4 deceased. As court pleases,
Mrs. Foster.
My lady, I think the court made a ruling previously that counsel just be allowed to ask their question before any objections is raised. And I would like the opportunity to just pose my question before any objections is raised, because I haven't posed any question yet.
Yes, but let us hear you. Can you respond to what Mr.
I cannot respond because I haven't posed a question yet, my lady.
Yes, but you have to explain. Isn't it we have agreed that you must outline the basis of your cross-examination?
I said to
you have outlined, but in any event, in your outline, remember I indicated even yesterday, the outlining, some of you just say you're going to cross-examine on a particular aspect, but that is not elaborated. How do I know the evidence that is going to come up there, whether that is relevant to the proceedings or not? You are telling us about a disciplinary hearing. Now, what Mr. Late wants to know is, what is the relevance to that to your clients? Firstly, I mean, you heard what he's saying. I don't want to go to the second point, but how does this affect your clients who were not even part of those who were moved from life Esidimeni?
My lady,
assist the court. Please assist the court. Don't take it as if it's an altercation between yourself and Mr. Late, please.
As a court, please. My lady, I'm going to ask the question. I could tell the court what my question relates to. It says at this point, unlawful instructions was carried out by Dr. Mkwane, fully aware and in the process forsaking her professional ethics and responsibility because of fear. So at this point, she carried out unlawful instructions. I not know that it does not relate to my clients if she doesn't explain to me what unlawful instructions she did carry out, because it goes further than that. She was involved in CCRC. Some of Life Esidimeni patients did go to CCRC. And that does not even matter. At the end of the day, I have to assist this court to come to a finding if she can be held responsible or not. So I want to know, what is the unlawful activities that she pleaded guilty to? That is a fair question, and it is relevant. It's knowledge that this court must know.
Was she ever placed at CCRC?
Does it matter, my lady?
No, I'm asking you. Was she ever placed that? There?
She did in her testimonies.
No. Was she placed there in order to?
No, my lady, she was not.
All right. Can I hear Mr. Late? Mr. Late?
My lady, the witness testified as to what her involvement was. What happened at the disciplinary hearing has no bearing on this proceedings. She testified exactly what her involvement was regarding the transfer of patients from Waverley to the NGOs and her visits to certain of the NGOs thereafter. We all know that there were disciplinary hearings, and we know the pressure the people was under in the disciplinary hearings. A testimony is on record what she had done. What more must she say than what she had testified about?
Thank you very much. I don't see the relevance of this line of questioning. Can you take another line? Only on this aspect, then you raise the number of issues. Maybe you can continue to the next ones.
As a good please, my lady. 30354. With Dr. Lenkwani, just for record purposes, the charges that was praised against you appears on page number 30354, and it has got direct impact.
Page?
30354, my lady.
30354. Are we still going to the charges at the disciplinary hearing?
I want the court to take note of the charges proffered against Dr. Lenkwani.
Okay.
And that is what she pleaded.
Can I go to that page? Yes.
That she pleaded guilty to charge 1, professional ethics, and that she failed to protect the rights and interests of medical healthcare users by allowing their transfer when you knew or ought to have known that it was not in their best interest. That is what she pleaded guilty to. So it's completely relevant, and I just want the court to take note of that. Charge number 2, you failed to take steps to ensure that the mental health care users are protected from exploitation, abuse, and degrading treatment. Do you agree that that was the charges that you pleaded guilty to? You failed to report potential and actual exploitation, abuse, and degrading
Ms.
treatment.
Foster, I've already made a ruling with regard to this. I don't understand, because I said you move to the other points that you mentioned. Those were the issues that you're going to raise during cross-examination. I never expected you to go back to what I've already given a ruling.
As a court, please. Dr. Lenkwani, you were also present during all the Monday morning meetings when the problems were discussed. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
So you were aware.
Maybe others I was not there, but most of the meetings, Monday meetings, I was there, my lady.
Thank you. Dr. Lenkwani, I want you to please move to an email that appears on page number 36775.
Page?
36775. I want you to start at the bottom of the email because the email prints down. So the first email appears on page number 36779, and I will go with you through this email. So at the bottom, the first email appears there.
The bottom of 36775.
That's correct. That's the email sent on the 2nd of 3779, my lady, sorry, 36779. That's the first email in this trailing mail. It was sent from Dr. Leslie Robinson on the 2nd of May 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
In this mail, I will explain to you, I will go through with you. We're not CC'd in this specific mail, but this training mail was sent to you later on, and I will go there now. In this mail, it comes from Dr. Robinson, who said, "Hi, Yusuf." We assume it's Dr. Yusuf Musa. "I heard of the Takalani issues with Sadah in Section 27. They had paid a visit to Takalani on the 4th, arranged with the Mental Health Directorate. They were very impressed with the facilities at the time. However, subsequent to the visit on the 22nd of April, some Takalani staff members informed them that they have in fact been on strike since the 3rd of March. This was news to all parties. Apparently, it's a protected strike, and the grievances seem to revolve around the pay and lack of benefits for caregivers, as well as the lack of training required for caregivers. It was at this meeting that the Takalani staff said 3 of the LE users had died since they were placed there. The exact circumstances of these deaths need verification. I do not have any further information." Do you see that mail?
Yes, my lady.
Can you please explain to the court who is Dr. Robertson?
But I'm failing to understand. Let me just interject here. This talks about the death of life Esidimeni users, right? Your clients are not implicated in this one. Am I correct? Where are we getting with this question?
My lady, my question revolves regarding the fact that this was brought to attention. The next email comes from Dr. Robertson, and it will be clear where all the aspects were raised, not only specifically to Takalani, and Dr. Selebano then copied in Dr. Linkwani in this mail.
Were your clients affected?
Yes, all the NGOs, all the transfer patients, all the medical health clinics.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. The next mail Dr. Yusuf Musa then on the 3rd of May sent this mail to Dr. Leslie Robinson, Madihu, Eddie Pick, Dr. Manamela, and a Makabu. And the heading says Termination Project. Then it says, "Hi Leslie, thank you for your email and the details about the adverse events at Takalani. The mental health care HDO coordinator, Dikaledi, will pay a visit today and provide feedback on her visit. Depending on the findings, I think the MHD may have to conduct a full audit together with appropriate department personnel. Takalani is currently funded for providing residential care for 120 users with intellectual disability and have indicated they are capable of accommodating 40 more users from LE." Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Do you know who Dr. Musa is?
Prof. Musa, yes, my lady.
Can you explain?
I don't understand your question, Counsel.
How do you know?
Explain?
Explain what?
How do you know Professor Musa? How was he involved in this project?
Prof. Musa, I know him. He used to be my director at the Mental Health Directorate before Dr. Manamela. Okay. And then he moved to the district. So he was involved. He was attending the meetings for the project.
So if you scroll up again to page 36779.
Page?
36778, I apologize. This mail, Dr. Silabanu answers.
Which page, sorry?
36778.
Just go back.
Hold on. I think it's been geskipt.
Yeah.
Okay, is there?
Password.
Yeah, okay. 36778. Do you see that? On the email, I'm not going to read everything out, but on the page 36776, Dr. Robertson addressed an email to Dr.
We're getting confused, Ms. Foster. You refer to pages, the next thing you leave those pages. Huh? Just refer us to the relevant pages. You take us to a page. When we go to that page, before you want the witness to, when you pose a question, you go to a different page.
I understand.
We're getting confused. Please. Like previously, you referred the court. Can I see you are busy with other things. Are you with us?
I'm with you, my lady. I'm sorry.
Yes. Previously, you referred to page 36775.
Yeah, I want to start at the top.
Yes, but you didn't explain anything. Suddenly, you went straight to a question, then you referred the witness to 36779. Now it's 36778. Suddenly, you refer to the witness to another page. Please.
All right. I apologize. I want the court to look at the top of page 36776.
Then what was the reason for us to go
Dr. Esidimeni wrote an email regarding the concerns raised by Dr. Robertson, in which Dr. Linquani was CC'd in.
Okay.
And Dr. Esidimeni there says, "Dear Doc, may I please..."
Wait, on page?
36776.
Continue.
May you please share with me the email from Professor Murtagh? If you may, I'm getting very concerned with what you are saying, that you want to distance myself from this situation. When we are a team, we work for a common purpose and clarify roles and rules as we go on. That is what I was hoping for. I will wait for the email to understand it. You were CC'd in that mail. Do you remember it?
I see the email here, my lady.
The email referred to by Dr. Esidimeni was an email written by Dr. Robertson, which is just a trailing mail on the 4th of May, just on the bottom, if you scroll down on the page. Do you see that? There is a lot of concerns that was raised by Dr.
I apologize, my lady, and sorry to disturb the cross-examination of my colleague. But my lady, when one looks at page 36776, as has been referred to us, it is clear that there is an email immediately below that from Dr. Robertson to Dr. Manamela. So
Yes.
if the context of that email can be put, and the true facts could be placed before this witness, before the question is asked, to contextualize that question, my lady, I think it would be fair to the witness.
My problem, I hear all this, but my problem is the way she started, even the way she's posing questions. I'm also confused because there is no foundation that has been laid.
May it please you, my lady.
Miss Foster, please, you are here to assist us. Help the witness to understand, please.
My lady, I'm really trying to do that.
Yes, but I'm getting confused. That's why I keep on interjecting you. If things were moving slowly, I wouldn't even be saying anything. Please.
My lady, the court can see that the mail that I want to get to the content is a mail that scrolls down over 2 pages. So
there's nothing wrong if you explain. I mean, I know you know your work. Just go back, take the witness through, explain to the witness before you go. Lay a foundation for what you're going to ask the witness.
My lady, that's what
and even the way you refer her to pages, I'm also confused now. I don't know where you're coming from.
My lady, the email that I want to refer the contents to was not addressed to this witness. That is why I started with a mail that was sent by Dr. Esidimeni in which this witness was copied, because obviously she would not have received the mail from Dr. Robertson directly. That is why I started with Dr. Esidimeni's email to show her that she was CC'd in. He raised concerns and he asked Dr. Musa to send those concerns to him. I want to go to the content of those concerns to ask this witness if she has knowledge thereof, because obviously she was CC'd in this mail, and then at the end of the day, I want to ask her if she knows anything was done regarding these concerns.
Then do it properly.
Were raised in May 2006.
It's fine. You can explain that. Do it properly to the witness. Have you addressed the issue that has been raised by her representative, her counsel? Please do it properly. That's all what she requests. Just lay the proper foundation and the witness will respond.
Okay, I've done that now. Are we on the same page or must I do it again?
I don't know, but just for the I don't know whether you have you responded to the concerns raised by counsel for Dr. Linquani? She's referring to another email. I don't know where that fits in what you want to cross-examination examine the witness about.
I'll start again, my lady. I want the witness to look
Continue, Ms. Foster.
At page number 36776.
Yes.
An email that was sent by Dr. Silabano in which this witness was CC'd. I've already placed on record that Dr. Silabano asked Dr. Musa to please raise the concerns by Dr. Robertson and send it to him so that he can address it because he's very concerned. Then if you scroll down, the email which this conversation is about, that this Dr. Lenkwane was CC'd in, is the concerns raised by Dr. Robertson that appears as a trailing mail to that mail on the 4th of May 2016. It's on the same page. I will go to the content of that mail, but my foundation was first to place this witness in the picture on how she had to have knowledge of that trailing mail. Ms. Mai, I don't know if I'm clear now.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. In this mail of the 4th of May 2016, Dr. Robertson informed Dr. Manamela that as you realize from Professor Musa's email, are you with me, Dr. Lenkwane? Do you see that mail?
Where are you reading, my counsel?
I'm reading from page number 36776, the mail that starts with Dear Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
I want to hear what your views are about the content of this mail because you were CC'd in, so I want to know what happened regarding these concerns that was raised. That will be my question at the end. So please read with me and say at the end, say if you have knowledge thereof. Do you want to read it yourself first? Will that place you in a better picture?
Yes, let's give her the
chance.
Let
me dramatize myself first, please, my lady.
That's fine.
Yes, my lady.
Have you finished reading?
It's quite long email.
Up to where I will await for the email to understand it. Are you saying there?
Ms. Foster?
Dr. Lenkwane, this email was concerns raised by Dr. Robertson in which she said that he has some concerns regarding the rushed manner in which the mental health care users...
Just a second, Doctor, can you please read this email or the whole of it, if possible, before you ask questions about it?
My lady, can I ask which one should I read? The
one, as I understood her, just a second, she was referring to the one dated, that is on page 36776, dated the 4th of May.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, just read that one, I think.
Should I read it up to the end?
Yes, I don't know what questions is she going to ask you. You can just read it for you to understand. Unless
you, my
if you
lady.
feel that you are aware of the other things. Okay, just finish it.
I'm finished, my lady.
Okay.
Dr. Nkwani, my question is as follows. In May 2016, concerns were raised by Dr. Robertson already, in which you were aware of, as you were one of the recipients of this mail. As point number one, he said that I do not know whether or not they will cope with receiving groups of 10 or more, and I have okayed the NGOs in terms of best rather than the worst case scenario regarding the care that they receive. This paragraph relates to the fact that medical healthcare users at the time are stable and cooperative. They do not think if the NGOs can manage the disruptive user. So his concerns in point number one was regarding the NGOs not being able to accommodate disruptive users. Do you see that? That was a concern that was raised by him. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
His second concern was about the number of users being placed in each home. He said there was insufficient caregivers per user. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
Then point number three, he says our patients can be very dangerous and the sickness so severe. So when they are out of hospital and when they are in hospital, only they have less supervision out of hospital. So most of the experience, his concern was raised that they will not be looked after when they are out of hospital because they are very aggressive and dangerous. These concerns were raised by Dr. Robinson, point number three. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
Then he says he feels the carers are not adequately trained or supported for the severity of the illnesses for the people that they are caring for.
I see that, my lady.
Secondly, regarding, and then there's point one, I'm concerned that there won't be enough doctors, 24 hours doctors that will not be available, prepared to support the NGOs. That was another concern that was raised by him.
I see that, my lady.
I believe that the placement of these users, point number two, will result in an increase in demands on bed in acute psychiatric units. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
And then point number three, caregiver burnout is a common problem and can have serious consequences for the users and the carers themselves. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
So these concerns were raised by Dr. Robinson in May 2016 already. Do you know if these concerns was ever discussed in any of your meetings and if any steps were ever taken to address these concerns raised by Dr. Robinson?
Can I ask my lady?
Yes.
I see the date of the email is the 4th of May, 2016.
Yes.
And the first batch of the patients that went, they went on the 5th, if I'm not wrong, of May.
That was when the first...
when we started with the marathon, May and June.
That was when the transfer started.
Yes.
But Ms. Foster, continue.
So I assume these addressed were never raised in your my question is, was the concerns ever raised, and have you done anything about these concerns?
Just a second, I think there is an objection here.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady. My lady, this witness's evidence was from the start that the whole rush of this project concerned her, and the concerns were raised. She, from the start, testified that the amount of users that were transferred to NGOs was unattainable. Where is this cross-examining taking us? She testified that all these concerns were raised with the senior management. All this evidence is on record. I don't think this court has any doubt that the whole marathon project was a rushed exercise and was not in the interest of the healthcare users. That is clear from all the evidence up till now. But does that bring us to the findings that this court must make at the end of the matter? I don't want this court to curb the cross-examination, but it's wasting a lot of time because all this evidence, all this information is at the hands of the court.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Ms. Foster, why do we have to repeat this evidence? It has been there on record.
As a good please, my lady, at the end of the day, I want to argue that this witness was aware of all the concerns raised. It was placed under her attention. She was aware of it. Nothing was done about it. And because of that, we are busy today with the resulting death of 144.
But then why do we have to repeat this evidence? Because
she has to get the opportunity to answer to that. I put it to her, and I will argue at the end of the day that her actions were reckless and that she also contributed.
Yes, Mr. Late.
And she already testified to that fact. Leonard Friend can argue whatever she wants to. But this witness already testified that she was very concerned with the way the matter handled. This is not a criminal court where this court is going to convict any person. And that argument and that cross-examination she can do to the witness if the witness is ever prosecuted.
Last opportunity to reply, Ms. Foster.
My lady, we all know that the NPA already prejudged this matter. We all know that the NPA has decided not to prosecute. So at the end of the day,
just a second, I see another hand there. Whose hand is that, or is that Mr. Late? Yes, but we should avoid repeating the evidence. The evidence of this witness is on record, and it has been there is a lot of evidence. We know where we're going now. We agreed on Friday that now we're going to look at questions that relates to causation. So if you want to argue that, you can argue that at the end. Please, let's move. And I don't think it is you have to ask the questions to these questions. Follow this line of cross-examination where you know that the evidence of this witness is on record. Why should we have to revisit it time and again?
As a good please, my lady, I will then go back to the previous argument that causation goes to the degree of negligence.
Okay.
Before we get to causation,
yes, but the fact of the matter, how your argument goes, the fact of the matter is that we should avoid a repetition of the evidence.
May I proceed, my lady?
Proceed.
Page number 356, Ms. Lenkwani, of your statement.
What page is that?
356, my lady.
356, okay.
The first two lines of your statement says we totally relied on the information that was provided to us by Hannah Jacobus. Can you please tell the court what information did you refer to there? What information was provided to you by Ms. Jacobus?
They were delegated to identify the NGOs that we were transferring the patients to. They were the ones that were telling us about the NGOs that were ready. My lady?
Yes.
Dr. Linkwani, Ms. Jacobus testified that none of the NGOs were licensed, none of them had service level agreements that was in place during the placement, and none of them had a budget plan. When you sent the patients out to the NGOs, were you aware of that fact?
I cannot comment on that.
So you do not know? So you do not know that the NGOs that these patients went to were not licensed, did not have service level agreements, and that there was no budget plan?
This is not the first time we transfer the patients to the NGOs. Life Esidimeni has been transferring patients to NGOs. So when Hannah and Franz gave us the information that they are licensed, I did not have any doubts to doubt what they told me, because they are the ones that are allocated to identify the NGOs.
Okay, so if I understand your evidence correctly, Ms. Jacobus told you the NGOs were licensed, there was no problem with the NGOs, and that's why you transfer the patients
to the licensed NGOs.
Okay, but now I'm telling you that Ms. Jacobus's testimony was it was never licensed. The new NGOs was never licensed.
I cannot comment on that, my lady.
On that same page, I want to take you to line number 8. Line number 8, you said that I confronted her, and that her you referred to Dr. Manamela, and informed her of placing many patients at Sapong, knowing that if you did not have a full multidisciplinary team, and while in contrast was a hospital with the capacity, they had indicated they would not receive the 30 patients per week. I want to know, what was that confrontation about? Do I read correctly in your statement that you confronted her that they placed too many patients at the NGOs, or am I not correct in making that assumption?
As it is written here, can I read it again, my lady?
Yes, you can.
I confronted her and informed her of placing many patients at Sepong in Atteridgeville, knowing that it did not have multidisciplinary team. And while in contrast, hospitals with the capacity had indicated they would receive 30 patients per week.
They would not. Just go back.
Sorry, my lady, I missed that one.
Yes, where you say, while in contrast, hospitals with the capacity had indicated that they would not receive 30 patients
They would not receive 30 patients per week. And yet they've got multidisciplinary team. Sepong, it was only the professional nurse. They didn't have the social, the psychologist. So I was concerned.
And you have confronted Dr. Manamela with this?
It was in a meeting. I've written there. It was in a meeting, and the mental health, according to my statement, it's written.
I want to go to paragraph 7 of that same statement on page number 357. The fourth line from the bottom, you stated that we complied as we had no choice but to comply. What do you mean by that?
My lady, I am a nurse, professional nurse, and at the same time, I am an employee of the Department of Health. So it was a dilemma for me because we have raised this concern to say, why do we rush this project? Because strategic plan is telling us we were supposed to be following the strategic plan of 2013 to 2020. And now it's 2016, but we are doing this. So when Dr. Manamela told me that it's a mandate, we have to run with it. And this is an unusual situation. That is where I had to comply because I was afraid that they will interpret this as being insubordinate. And my lady, taking into consideration that I've been in this profession for almost 36 years, and I was near going to retire in 2020. I had to comply, but putting my patients first.
Mm-hmm.
My lady, I think I have.
Yes, you have done your best. I mean, you can leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Dr. Linkwani, your concerns, was Dr. Lebete aware of that and Mr. Mosenogi?
I am reporting to Dr. Manamela as my immediate supervisor.
On that same page, paragraph 9, I just want to take you to that first line. I strongly believe that should the strategic plan been followed, there should not have been repercussions like this. What do you mean with repercussions like this?
Isn't it that after that now we were running patients where it was rush, taking patients to the NGOs. And now we had that patients passed on. It was a repercussions that one didn't intend to have that.
Mm-hmm. But that was the result, am I correct? The death of the patients was the result of that rush process.
Come again?
I said the death of the patients resulted because of the rush process. Will I be correct?
No, I wouldn't say it's rush only.
Miss Maite.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm not sure that is a fair question to ask this witness, as there is no evidence before the court as yet as what caused the death of the users who did pass on.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
My lady, that's why I started with the word of repercussions. What did she mean with repercussions? And that is what the witness said.
But is it something that the witness can say? Miss Maite?
My lady, it was not the question of those were the repercussions. The question that I objected to is the fact that she posed to this witness that as a result of this rush, the patient
died. The death
yes,
occurred. Yes.
It resulted in the patients. That's not a fair statement to put to this witness.
Ms. Foster?
As a court pleases, my lady, I will leave it for argument, but that is once again my argument that is what she explained, what she meant with repercussions. I just made Dr. Linkwani, I want to ask you, Mr. Nelu testified that when you were at Life Esidimeni in Waverley, you had to go to the laundry to collect clothes for the medical healthcare users, and you went to collect tracksuit pants because there was not enough clothes. Do you remember that? Is it correct?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, there's a hand, Mr. Van Bergen? I don't think the question was properly put.
Thank you,
Mr.
Yes. My issue with this is whether Ms. Foster can indicate to your ladyship what the relevance is.
Yes.
The evidence was that everybody ultimately did have clothing, whether it first had to be fetched or not. So I fail to see the relevance of this question,
Ms. Foster?
specifically with regard to the issue of cause of death.
Thank you.
My lady, Mr. Van Bergen specifically asked this witness yesterday. I made a statement to her. She said, all the patients had had enough clothing. Is that correct? And relevant medication. So all I'm putting is a previous version of another witness that's already tested me before this court to ask this court or this witness, because that witness said this was what this witness had done. So I'm just simply asking her if it's correct or not.
Where are we going with this question? What is important? What is the relevance?
It is important that the correct fact was not put to her yesterday, and I'm correcting it today to put a version to this witness which she has now answered.
In any event, we have got evidence regarding the issue of clothing on record, sufficient evidence. Why do we have to revisit that?
As the court pleases.
The question is not allowed. Continue.
Dr. Inquani, do you have any knowledge of patients that was transferred from CCRC to CR Badinga, or do you have any knowledge why CCR patients were transferred to CR Badinga?
I don't have that knowledge, my lady.
After this incident, have you spoken to any of the family members of the deceased persons? Did you?
Yes, my lady.
Specifically, I will leave it at that, my lady. Thank you, my lady. I do not have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Minjerere, what is the time now? I see it's 11 minutes past 11. Can we take the tea adjournment now and resume at 25 past 11? The witness is warned. Thank you. The court will take a tea adjournment.
May it please the court, my lady.
The court pleases, my lady.
Can anybody see the witness? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, you are reminded that you're still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Minjerel.
As pleases the Honorable Court, my lady, I've got very few questions, my lady, to this witness. And my questions, my lady, pertains to the issue of the conditions of the patients when they were discharged from Life Esidimeni to CCRC, and also to the issue of the discharge summaries, the medical records, the issue of the IDs, and the protocol reports, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Dr. Lungwane, I'm Advocate Rendani Munjalele. I represent Daphne Matlodi Ndlovu. She was a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center during the Life Esidimeni project. Do you know her?
Good afternoon, Counsel.
All right. Do you know Matlodi Daphne Ndlovu?
Yes, my lady.
How do you know her?
She's a social worker at Cullinan Care Rehab Center.
All right. You testified yesterday during cross-examination by Advocate Van Bergen essay that you agree with the testimony of Mrs. Sinelo to say that patients were discharged from Life Esidimeni Waverley in a satisfactory condition. Can you explain before this court as to what do you mean by that when you say they were discharged in a satisfactory condition?
According to my observation, the patients that left Waverley, nobody showed signs of being ill. Hence, I'm saying they left in a satisfactory condition, my lady.
I put it to you, Dr. Lungwane, that your testimony regarding that aspect is not correct or cannot be true. What is your comment to that? And I will tell you why.
My lady, can I answer?
No. Before then, there is an objection, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady. My learned friend indicated that she's going to tell her why she says that. I think she should do that from the start. You can't just put a blanket statement like that to it.
Yes, it's correct. You're correct. You don't.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
As it please the court, my lady. Dr. Lungwane, you have already testified before this court that you know Ms. Zanele Buthelezi. Am I right?
You are right, my lady.
Mrs. Buthelezi testified before this court that 60% of the patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni Waverley, they were undischargeable and they were prone to relapsing. What is your comment to the testimony of Ms. Buthelezi that she gave before this court?
Hence, they were taken to Cullinan Care and Rehab Center, which is a hospital that is providing the same service like Life Esidimeni.
But do you agree with me that your version of yesterday to say that all patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni Waverley were discharged in a satisfactory condition is not true? Do you agree with me?
No, my lady.
Just a second, there is an objection.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if I submit that before this question can be asked, Ms. Munjere must indicate or provide evidence that patients who were alleged to be ill are the same patients who were not dischargeable according to Ms. Buthelezi. The one does not automatically equate the other. The question of being not dischargeable related to the mental condition and not to their physical condition, as I've understood the allegations regarding sick and ill patients to have been based on. So I submit that before this correlation can be made, Ms. Munjerere must provide evidence or set a basis for making this comparison, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Munjerere?
As pleases Honorable Court, my lady, I don't understand the basis of my learned colleague's objection here and what he's expecting me to do or to say before this Honorable Court. I have put a version, my lady, to the witness before this court, the version which is already on record before this court to say that patients who were discharged from life Esidimeni, they were not in a.
Can we specify to say Waverley? Because if you just say life Esidimeni, it appears all you are referring to all the life Esidimeni facilities.
My apologies regarding that, my lady.
And the evidence on record is that we should also take into account that those patients, where did they go? They went to CCRC. Okay. So just put it in such a way that it shouldn't be confusing to the witness, and then we can hear Mr. Van Bergen's reply. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
No,
okay.
Sorry,
let her finish so that. Yes, you were saying you don't understand the basis.
Yes, I don't understand the basis.
The basis of the objection.
Yes.
Continue.
And then I wanted to say again.
On what basis are you saying that? You say there is enough, there is evidence on record that 60% of patients that came out of Waverley facility of life Esidimeni, 60% of them were not dischargeable.
Yes, my lady, and that testimony is coming from a person who was a nursing manager at Life Esidimeni Waverley, Mrs. Buthelezi. So I don't understand as to on what basis do my learned colleague then object to this type of to this type.
Okay, let him speak for himself. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps we should just retrace the questions as they came. Ms. Munjerere put to Dr. Lenkwani that she had agreed yesterday with Ms. Sanello that patients were discharged in a satisfactory condition. She was then asked to explain what she meant by that. And she explained that according to my observation, the patients that left Waverley, nobody showed signs of being ill. The next question that was put was, that cannot be true. And there was an objection because there was no basis provided for the allegation that it could not be true. Ms. Munjerere then proceeded and she said, you testified that you know Zanele Buthelezi. Dr. Lenkwani confirmed that she did. My apologies, my lady. And she then put to Dr. Lenkwani, 60%, the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi was that 60% of patients who were discharged were not dischargeable due to them being prone to relapsing. And the witness answered that is why they were taken to CCRC, because it's the same service. Now, the correlation that my learned friend seeks to draw with this series of questions, as I understand it, and if my misunderstanding is correct, then I stand to be corrected, is that Ms. Munjerere seeks to argue or put to this witness that the patients were not in a satisfactory condition because they were prone to relapsing. And what my objection pertains to is that Dr. Lenkwani was talking about patients not being ill, a physical condition, not about patients who were prone to relapsing, a mental condition. So if my learned friend can place a basis as to exactly what she says was wrong with the patients, allegedly wrong with the patients who were discharged, that will perhaps provide clarity, which will enable this witness to answer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mjarara. There you are.
What my learned colleague is expecting me to do, my lady, unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. The only information that I have is what I've put to the witness before court. So maybe if the court allows me to continue with my cross-examination, making follow-ups.
Yes, but I hear that, but we need to be careful because how the evidence is it's captured on record. Mr. Late.
Yes, Malay, this is now an excellent example of people asking general questions while we are dealing with specific instances. And that should be avoided at all costs as a court policeman.
Thank you. Ms. Mjarara, on the, you want to respond to what Mr. Late is saying so that I can close this?
No response, my lady.
Okay. The question is not allowed. Continue.
Dr. Lingwane, you said
unless if you can explain what you see, the way I understood Mr. van Bergen's objection, when you say from the evidence of Dr. Linkwana, when she says, according to her, the people were in a satisfactory condition, right? Yes. According to her evidence, when she explained that, she said there was the patients, as she saw them, she observed them, didn't show any sign of any illness. Now, whether that relates to physical or mental health illness, it's if you want to equate that to the issue of 60% of patients not being dischargeable, you should have laid the basis for it, because do we have that information, that evidence on record? That is what he was asking about, but I don't know where you were going with this. So, unless you want to rephrase it or you want to leave it for argument, that is your own baby.
I will leave it for argument, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Dr. Linkwane, you testify that these people who were, these patients who were undischargeable, they were discharged to CCRC. Am I correct?
Yes, my lady.
My client, my Florida Daphne Ndlovu, she will testify that indeed many patients who were coming from Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and also Randfontein, they were weakly and sickly.
You want to respond? Do you agree or disagree?
I cannot comment on what my counsel is saying now because I have answered.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
You have answered the previous question, not this statement that I've put to you now. So what do you say to this version that my client will come and tell this honorable court that indeed patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni, where you were placed in Waverley and also Randfontein, they were weakly and sickly? What is your comment to that? Do you dispute that?
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My apologies to my learned friend for interrupting her again. My lady, the issue I have with this question...
I've noted you, Mr. Late. Yes.
is that it is once again a general question, which does not go to the deceased that we are dealing with. If my learned friend is going to say that Ms. Ndlovu will come to testify that a specific patient who came from a Life Esidimeni facility was weak and ill upon arrival, and she identifies that patient, then one can get somewhere. But at this rate, it is broad statements with a broad brush, and it doesn't bring your ladyship closer to the answers that your ladyship will have to address. And on that basis, I submit the questions should be posed with regard to specific deceased and not in a general context, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you, Mr. Late.
But lady, I wanted to say the same, address the same issue as Mr. van Bergen, and I would like to add that Ms. Ndlovu is in an excellent position to provide that information to her counsel, because she was the social worker at CCRC and she knew the patients. So she can provide information to Ms. Mzrele which patients she are talking about, or she's talking about.
Ms. Mzrele, can we try to avoid the general statements? I think that is the route that you have been following from the beginning. Now where we are, we need to know the specifics so that the court can know where we're getting with this inquest. Does your client have information regarding the specific patients?
She told me that there was a list of those type of patients, but unfortunately she does not
have. Do you have the
list?
The list is going to assist us, because now if we stick to the general statements, I mean, we are not getting anywhere.
As it please the court, my lady. This type of objections by my learned colleague, Advocate Van Bergen SC, I feel somehow they're unfair, because to a certain extent, they are sort of like limiting the court to know, or rather to get to know what actually transpired with the process of discharge from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. But because the court has already ruled, then I will respect the ruling of the court and then stop.
Yes, well, how you take it, it's up to you. The fact of the matter is we have been hearing the same things throughout. That's why we're not moving. So we want to know the specifics. You have already indicated that your client said there is a list, right? If that information is there, right, let her assist us so that we can move on. Even like the previous one, I asked you whether there is information that your client has.
My lady, my client said there is a list, but unfortunately, because she's no longer working for CCRC, she does not have access to that list. The management there, they are refusing to give her that list.
Oh, is that so? So what are we going to do with that?
So I will just abandon the question, my lady, and that will be the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Then there will be Mr. Hutamo. Do you have questions?
Thank you, my lady. We do not have questions for the witness. Like we have just been trying to get the camera correct, but like in relation to this witness, we do not have questions, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Late.
My lady, while we have Mr. Hutamo online, he appears for the Gauteng Department of Health.
Yes.
And the CCRC falls under the Gauteng Department of Health. If he can assist us, should there be such a list, to obtain that list.
Mr. Hutamo?
My lady, we will make the necessary inquiries and inform the court once like we have succeeded to retrieve the list. We'll make that inquiry.
If that is possible, do that as soon as possible. Liaise with Miss Munjerere and headline so that we can get that information if it is there.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Miss Woko, where are you?
I'm here, my lady.
Do you have questions in cross-examination of this witness?
Thank you, my lady. I have got no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Ramaimela, and Miss Mahlape.
May it please the court, my lady.
So both of you. All right, continue, Miss Mahlape.
No, if Miss Ramaimela is online, then I will switch off, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
We just wanted to indicate that we don't have questions for this witness, as the court
please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Miss Tucker.
May it please the court, my lady? My lady, I have a few questions for this witness.
Yes.
And my lady, it's regarding the condition of the patients when they left Waverley on the 12th to Tsepong. I will also deal with the issue of medication.
Yes.
And if I understood the evidence yesterday, my lady, I had reference to Rochelle from the witness, even though there's no reference in her statement, but
she'll have to clarify.
Yes, she'll have to clarify that, my lady. Yes, my lady. Then I will deal with the three mental health care users. Maybe in fact one, because we have the report of his death. It's Franz Decker. I've dealt with those witnesses when I was cross-examining Ms. Buthelezi.
Which witnesses do you want to say the three mental health care users?
You mean the name of the mental health care users, my lady?
Yes, I think you said three mental health care users.
It's Sina Musalo.
Yes.
Franz Decker, my lady.
Franz Decker.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
And John Peterson. All these patients were transferred to Tsepong on the 12th of May, 2016.
Just a second. Just a second, Mr. Late, is your hand up or you forgot to put it down? Thank you. Continue, Miss. Okay, is that all the issues that you want to raise with the witness?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, you may proceed.
As the court pleases, my lady. I do not see the witness, my lady. I'm not sure if you can see her.
Yes, I can.
All right, my lady. Miss
Dr. Lingwane.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lingwane, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Counsel.
Dr. Lingwane, my name is Amanda Xoxa. I am counsel for Miss Rochelle Gordon. Do you know her?
I know her very well, my lady.
Thank you.
Well, she was your colleague, and she is based in Tshwane district. She's a mental health coordinator. Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
Would you also agree that Rochelle was present on the 12th of May 2016 when some of the patients were transferred to Tsepong? From Waverley. Thank you, my lady. From Waverley to Tsepong.
I agree, my lady.
And that you and Miss Sinello were also present?
I agree, my lady.
Do you know why Rochelle was there on that day?
Rochelle is a mental health coordinator. responsible for the NGOs at Tshwane district.
Yes.
She accompanied the NGO to come and collect the patients that were to be transferred to Tshepo.
All right. Would that, the part of accompanying the NGO, would you term that escorting the patients to the NGO? Is that the correct, and do I understand what you are saying as escorting patients to the NGO?
It's a support service that she is providing to the NGOs.
Do you know who informed her to be in Waverley on the 12th of May 2016?
I don't know, my lady.
Right. When she testifies, she will testify that on that day she was called by one of you, either you or Miss Sinello, to go and escort the bus that was carrying that was to carry the mental health care users to Tshepo. Would you dispute that?
I don't remember calling Miss Gordon to come to Waverley, my lady.
We've just heard now that, in fact, it has been your testimony that the patients did not show. My lady, if I may, my apologies, my lady. There was something disturbing me here. Thank you. You've indicated that the patients did not show any signs of illness. Did I hear you correctly?
I didn't observe, my lady.
All right. Would you dispute the evidence that Rochelle will testify before this court that the patients, some of the patients that were transferred on the 12th of May 2016 from Waverley to Tshepo, they were sick and weak?
It was her observation, but Rochelle.
If I may interrupt.
Just a second. Just a second.
My
Mr.
apologies.
Farendra?
My lady, my apologies to Ms. Kolkla, and I hope I got close to the correct pronunciation.
Okay, yes.
My lady, my objection is the same as it was with Ms. Manjurere. The statement put to this witness is that Rochelle will testify that some patients were ill.
Okay,
and
yes.
Again, it doesn't link it to any of the deceased to which these proceedings relate. And I submit that it's a broad statement. It doesn't assist your lady, and specifics should be provided, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you.
My lady, if I may be granted an opportunity, I've indicated that I'll be dealing with 3 deceased. One has he has a post-mortem report and the other 2 do not have. So that is where I am going, my lady.
Okay, but when you see the problem with the question, because the witness, if you can just specify to the witness, who specifically are you dealing with? I understand that when you were outlining the issues,
yes,
you mentioned the 3, but in this question, just specify to the witness to say so and so, according to what my client is going to testify. Yes, put the proper version to the witness.
As the court pleases, my lady. Ma'am, Dr. Lingwane, Rochelle will testify that Sina Musalo, who was wheelchair bound when she was moved from Waverley to Tshepo, is one of the patients that looked sick, that were sick and weakly. My apologies, my lady. What is your comment to that?
Rochelle, being a professional nurse, a psychiatric nurse, she never indicated to me that she is observing Sina Musalo to be sick. I would have expected her to inform me because I didn't observe that, my lady.
So you are not in a position to dispute what she will come and testify?
She will come and testify. It will be her testimony, my lady.
I am saying you are not in a position to dispute that because it was her observation, not your observation, as you've said it.
Correct, my lady.
Right. She will further testify that Franz Decker, who had sepsis in the ear, is one of the patients that she thought was not supposed to have been transferred to Tsepong. Now, in the circumstances that we are questioning you under, I'm not sure if you would know. In fact, I don't expect you to know the name of Franz Decker. Maybe you might know about the condition. I do not know.
I don't know about the condition, my lady.
And you would not dispute as well that Franz Decker, the view that some of the patients looked sick and weakly.
Which patients now?
I'm dealing with Franz Decker, my lady.
Okay.
As you said, Rochelle will come and testify, my lady.
Rochelle will testify that she became aware of Franz Decker, who had sepsis in the ear during that same week. That is the week of the 12th. She can't remember the day, but it was shortly after they were transferred to Tsepong.
Maybe I should put this in perspective, my lady.
Please.
I was not working at Waverley. I was not working at Waverley. I went there for the period of May and June. So it will be difficult for me to have observed if Mr. Decker had a problem with the ears if I was not informed by the people that were nursing the patient.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Lingwane. To close off this question of Franz Decker, I would like to direct the court to page 4600, my lady. We have the note 4600, my lady. We have the notice of death there, my lady. I'm just taking you to this notice of death as of one of the people that Rochelle became aware that they were not supposed to have been transferred.
Yes, I see there is a hand by Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Van Bergen, I'll come to you. I just want to get the page.
4600, my lady.
My lady, I'm sorry, that must have been accidental. I did not intend to.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mboweni. Continue. Continue, Ms. Xoxa.
Yes, my lady.
I'm on that page. I don't know whether the witness managed to get the page.
That is
I am in that page, my lady.
Come again?
I am in that page 4600.
Yes, Ms. Xoxa, proceed.
Yes, my lady. I just want to put it to this witness that this is a notice of death of Franz Decker, my lady. One of the patients that Rochelle became aware of immediately when they were transferred to Tsepong. And I see that even though he died in November, I think he died sometime in November, the cause of death, the immediate cause there, it's sepsis. And then I'm not sure, I can't see subsequent list conditions, my lady. I can't really read that, but I see that there was death clause as well. And I put it to you, Dr. Lingwane, that is one of the users that were transferred on the 12th of May 2016 from Waverley to Tsepong.
My lady, this time I intended to put my hand up.
Okay, but before, okay, I thought I was going to ask where is the postmortem here? Okay, but let me hear you. All right.
My lady, I submit that when facts are put to a witness, the correct facts should be put.
Yes.
What is indicated on page 4600 is that Mr. Frans Dekker passed away on 9 November 2016. That is a considerable time after the discharge on the 12th of May 2016.
Yes.
The cause of death, and this document is drawn in a very specific manner. If I may take your ladyship to the causes of death under
Yes,
part
I'm
1.
there.
It says enter the disease, injuries, or complications that caused the death. Do not enter the mode of dying, such as cardiac or respiratory arrest, shock, or heart failure. List only one cause on each line. And then the next line is immediate cause. Like it's final disease or condition resulting in death. And that is specified to be sepsis.
Yes.
Next one says sequentially list conditions, if any, leading to immediate cause. So what this requires is for the person completing this form to say, well, what caused the sepsis? And the answer is bed sores, pressure sores as they are otherwise known. This has got nothing to do with anything that may or may not have happened at Life Esidimeni. It has nothing to do with alleged sepsis in the ear. There is no relationship. And that should be put to this witness, my lady, so that this witness can comment. Whether there is a correlation between illness as described or alleged upon discharge and the eventual cause of death as specified in this document.
Ms.
My lady, I see Miss Marriott's hand is up, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Marriott, Mr. Late.
Yes, as the court pleases, my lady. Furthermore, it was now put to the witness. I put it to you that this is one of the deceased that was transferred from Life Esidimeni Waverley to
Tsepong.
To Tsepong. We know that. That is a senseless statement to put to the witness. Everybody knows that these people were transferred. Where does something bring us, a question like that bring us? We know that the people were transferred from Life Esidimeni to Tsepong. It's part of the record. The record is before the court. The whole record.
But now, remember, she's now bringing the specifics. She's now saying, she's now trying to familiarize the witness to say, according to my client, she will testify that this specific person was among those. We know that there were people who were transferred from Waverley. Now with this one, yes.
The witness already said she would not have known. She already said, the witness, she would not have known about the ear infection if she hasn't been told about that.
Okay,
so why cross-examine her further on this? That's my lady.
Ms. Cocker?
My lady, when I indicated that I am closing off this questioning, and I also indicated that though this person died in November, I even said the 7th, meaning that it was some months after they were transferred, my lady, but I wanted to close off so that this witness is aware that what was observed in Waverley or in Tepong shortly after the transfer from Waverley. He ended up dying in November of the sepsis, my lady. Yes.
But what do you say to the fact that the witness had already testified that we must know that she was not working in Waverley? So for her to know that this particular patient had a sepsis problem,
yes, my lady,
she should have been informed.
Yes, my lady. My lady, because I've referred this witness to Fran. I even said she might not even know. I don't even expect her to know this Franz Decker because she was there for the short time. But he is one of the people that Rochelle got to know about shortly after the move from Waverley, emphasizing the fact that some of the patients were sick and weakly, my lady.
Okay.
And, yes.
Now to the objection by Mr. Van Bergen in relation to the proper facts to the witness. This will now pertain to the notice of death.
Yes, my lady. What I could gather from the objection is the fact that time passed from the move to the death of this patient, which is something that even before I put the question, I indicated that even though he died in November, my lady.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Van Bergen, you want to say something before I close the issue?
Thank you, my lady. The issue of the time that had passed is one aspect, my lady.
And the other one is in relation to the correct facts.
The more important aspect relates to the correct facts, my lady, because it appears that what Ms. Gordon is going to suggest is that there is a relationship between Franz Decker having allegedly been ill on transfer and his death 6 months later. But with reference to an ear infection or sepsis in the ear, the cause of death has got nothing to do with sepsis of the ear. The cause of death specifies that Mr. Decker died because of sepsis caused by bed sores. And that is a completely different condition than sepsis in the ear.
Thank you.
So if my learned friend seeks to draw this correlation, or if that is what she seeks to argue, then she must put the correct facts to the witness. As your lady should do this.
Mr. Late, did you put your hand down or what is happening? I see your hand is still up. Did you forget to put it down? Thank you. Miss Cocker?
My lady? Yes, my lady. If then, my lady, I can put it to the witness that Rochelle will testify that some of the patients that were transferred from Waverley to Tepong were sick and weakly. And
it's a leading question.
I'm not sure, my lady, whether there's an objection. I
don't see any objection, but the problem, I think it's some patients. That is why, that's you have indicated that she's going to base her evidence. Yes. Although we know that you're talking about some patients, but you have given us the specifics. We're dealing with this Franz Decker. And you were saying that you were closing it off. Can't we just concentrate on him and lay the matter to rest and then you move to the others if that is possible? Because the problem is this general questions has been on for far too long.
Yes, my lady. My lady, the reason why I'm referring at this stage to some, it's because at that stage, Rochelle was aware of one, and then few days after, she became aware of Franz Decker and John Peterson, who was bedridden.
Just put the correct facts to the witness.
Yes.
Put the correct version, and then we will see if the witness now can be given the opportunity to respond. Yes.
Dr. Linkwane, Rochelle will testify that on the 12th of May, 2016, there was a lady who was on a wheelchair who appeared to be sick and weakly. And she became aware of the name of that same patient the following day, and the name is Sina Musalo. Any response? My lady, I'm not sure if the witness is still with us.
Did you get that, Dr. Linkwani?
No, my lady.
Hey,
can you please repeat?
There was a patient that was in a wheelchair who was among the people that she saw as being sick and weakly. And the day after, she became aware of the name of that lady being Sina Musalo. Are you aware of that?
I became aware when Mrs. Sinello informed me, because we were working together, but he said he observed Sina to be in a wheelchair, and she asked Mrs. Buthelezi about the wheelchair. I was not involved in that, my lady.
Yes, what did she say? She asked Ms. Buthelezi?
About it, when she also testified, but she told me also that Sina, yes, she was aware that she saw her, that she was on a wheelchair. She asked for her wheelchair.
When did Ms. Sinello tell you this?
We went to Tshepong.
Yes.
During our support visit.
Yes.
Yes. Then she said, this is the lady that when we arrived at Tshepong, we found that Sina was from Kalafong, and Kalafong recommended that Sina should be taken for a recommended hospice. So she told me that this is the patient that on that day when they left Waverley, because we can be at the same place but not observe the same issues.
I want you to finish your statement, because you are saying she says this is the patient on that day in Waverley, and you do not say what happened on that day.
I'm saying, she said, I heard Mrs. Sinello when she gave testimony that this is the patient during the transferred a day where she requested the wheelchair for her because she was on a wheelchair.
All right, and you are saying she said this when you went to give support in Tshepong. Did I hear you correctly? You said Mrs. Sinello said this, she said this is this lady when you went to do your visit in Tshepong. My lady,
can you come clear? I think there is something wrong. Can you hear the witness?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear Counsel Dr. Linkwani? It appears you're having some problems. Can you hear her properly?
I don't understand the question she is posing to me. Maybe that is the problem.
Yes, her question is, she doesn't understand what you have just said. If you can just clarify that. When did you hear about this person, Sina? Because you mentioned two things. You said when
we went
was just a second.
Support visit.
Yes, when you were doing your support visit.
Yes.
And then you said something also about the time she was giving evidence, Ms. Sinwele.
From the evidence, I heard her saying that this lady, she observed that she was on a wheelchair, and then she drew Mrs. Buthelezi's attention.
Oh,
But I saw the patient the day we visited during the support visit.
Okay.
How was this patient on that day you visited?
She was from the hospital, and it was like it was not the following day after being transferred.
She was from hospital.
They told us that she was from Calafon.
Okay.
And Calafon recommended that she should be, they should consider hospice. And I'm the one who assisted
Just a
them.
second. Calafon requested that?
As recommended that he could be taken to for hospice.
Okay, what is that?
For the patients that are terminally ill that can be taken care of at the hospice. It's a facility also.
Okay.
And I phoned the hospice,
okay,
to find out if they've got vacancy. I assisted Tsepo.
Right.
Just a second, please.
Just the court business, my lady.
Continue.
Court business, my lady. My lady, if I may then leave the issue of the patients that were sick and weakly and go to the issue of the medication. Can we deal with the issue of the medication, Dr. Lingwane?
Do we have the post-mortem of Sina?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't have. She's under the list of the deceased who do not have, my lady.
Okay. Yes, you may move.
Ma'am, if we may go to the medication, the issue of medication, you've testified that the medication was enough for those who were transferred to NGOs. They were given 28 days medication. Did I hear you correctly?
Yesterday, I indicated that the issue of medication, it was reported on our Monday meeting to Dr. Manamela that medication, it was the 28 that I thought it was 28. It was not for 28 days. Dr. Manamela intervened and that was sorted.
So you agree that the medication was not for 28 days? Is that what you are saying? Because that's what I was going to put to you, that Rochelle will testify that some of the patients had medication for 7 days.
I agree because that was indicated in our Monday meeting to Dr. Manamela.
All right, thank you. Now, when you're talking about that, yes, Dr. Lingwane, my apologies.
I say Dr. Manamela intervened.
Yes, that evidence is on record. Continue.
How did Dr. Manamela intervene?
The evidence had to assist the NGOs to get the medication.
My lady, I have no further questions.
thank you.
As the court pleases.
Mr. Shabangu, are you there?
As a court pleases, my lady.
Do you have questions to this witness?
My lady, at this stage, most of my questions have been canvassed by Ms. Mjalela. I have no further questions, my lady.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Ms. Mbo.
May it please the court, my lady. I do have a few, about 6 questions for the witness, my lady.
Yes.
And my line of questioning is specifically as it pertains to the issue of evaluating the health or state or condition of the mental health care users at the time of discharge.
Mm-hmm.
And also the issue of taking charge of the mental health care users, as the evidence was laid yesterday, because that evidence, you would know, it contradicts the evidence that was given by Ms. Sinelo at the time of giving evidence, my lady.
Mm.
So that's the particular line of questioning that I want to put to the witness, and I've got 6 specific questions that I'd like to ask in that regard.
Okay, proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Linkwane, or good afternoon, Dr. Linkwane.
Good afternoon, counsel.
Dr. Linkwane, I am the legal representative for Ms. Cynthia Sinelo.
Yes, my lady.
Dr. Linkwane, did you hear the evidence of Ms. Sinelo at the time that she testified?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwane. I will then proceed to ask you a few brief questions. Now, the first one is, in which capacity were you placed at Life Esidimeni? What were you placed there to do?
We were placed at Life Esidimeni to go and fast track the patient's transfer, because Dr. Manamela said Life Esidimeni was not reducing the number of transfers as expected by the Department of Health. They are sabotaging the process. That's where we were allocated to Waverley.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwane. Now, who instructed you to do medical examinations at Life Esidimeni?
I didn't do medical examination. I said we did the assessments as nurses so that we can be able to plan for the transfers. That was not medical. I even said we were in the assessments were done in 3. There were MGT that was done by Life Esidimeni. Us as nurses, we did our assessments to be able to plan. And then the 3rd one was done by the medical, which is Dr. Gani. That's what I said, my lady.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwane. I just wanted to be clear on your evidence that you gave yesterday. Now, you said that the patients were handed over to you yesterday. You remember that evidence?
I remember that evidence because I indicated that the patients, the way Dr. Mukacho was explaining the handover, he gave an impression that it was like Life Esidimeni was handing over to us. We were handing over to the receiving facility, and yet the handover was done being 3 of us. Then when the clinicians, because according to the meeting that we had on the 4th, if I'm not wrong, it was written that the handover will be done to from clinician to clinician. So the clinician from the district, they were there. But when the clinicians, the NGO, they didn't come with a clinician, that is where this was done together with the facility. But I took its hand over to us, even if I'm not going to continue with service at the facility. But because there was no clinician at that time, I'm regarded as a clinician because the NGOs didn't come with a clinician, where Rochelle the other day didn't come. That's what I explained.
Okay.
But hand over, we know that the people that are going with the patients to continue with service, they are the ones that will be responsible.
Okay.
But I was referring to this because these patients, they belong to Gauteng Department of Health.
Thank you. Please, if I may, I just, you must wait for counsel to ask you a question. You just responded and you proceeded. Well, counsel had not yet even asked the question. She was just reminding you about your evidence. No, it's fine. I'm just saying, just listen attentively. Proceed, Ms. Mbo. I think it has answered your question if you wanted to ask a question. I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwane. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Linkwane, Dr. Linkwane did expand on the question, and it was quite helpful. Yes. Because, Dr. Linkwane, you will remember the evidence of Ms. Sinello was that the patients were not handed over to you. You were there in a facilitatory capacity. What do you say to that?
I still say facilitating capacity, but like I say, because this patient belonged to us as Department of Gauteng, when there was no clinician, referring to the meeting that we held on that day, where they said clinician to clinician.
Okay.
The handover was like that to us. Not that we, the way Dr. Like I'll repeat, the way Dr. Mukacha was explained to say it was like they get, it was from Life Esidimeni, then to us, from us to a facility that is receiving. No, we were there when Life Esidimeni was handing over. So I took that responsibility because those patients are for the department, even if we were to facilitate the transfer.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwane, and I accept your evidence. Now, my learned colleague, Mr. Van Bergen, had asked you yesterday about the preparation of the list as to who should go where. And I want to refer you to page 514 in case lines. Now, if you can just click on the notification sent. At page 514, you will find the affidavit of Ms. Nontseba Cynthia Sinello. Do you have it?
Yes, my lady.
Now, if you go to paragraph 3, and if you go specifically to line 13 of paragraph 3, so it will be the one that starts with, let me just be sure. There were about 601 users at that facility. Do you see that line?
Yes.
Now, the second line, it reads as follows. Dr. Gail Ura from Life had prepared a name list of users on a spreadsheet with recommendations as to where the patients have to be discharged to. You see that?
Yes.
Now, my question to you is, this list that you received, I want to be sure of the evidence that you laid yesterday. Who prepared this list?
This list I said yesterday, I wouldn't know who prepared, but we were given this list by Dr. Manamela saying that it's from Dr. Gail Ure from Life Esidimeni facility.
Do you then agree with this statement by Ms. Sinello that the list and where the users were supposed to be discharged to was prepared by Dr. Gail Ure?
Come again with the question?
The question is, do you confirm this statement that is placed here in this affidavit?
Mr. Late?
My lady, she just said she doesn't know. She cannot confirm. She doesn't know who prepared this. They were only informed that it was from Dr. Manamela.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Late. My lady, would you like to respond before I proceed?
Yes, is it necessary? Because the witness has already responded. Now you are asking her a question.
My lady, Ms. Dr. Linkwane was working at all times together with Ms. Sinello. They were together in meetings, and whatever instructions were to be executed, they executed them 99% of the times together. So the instructions or information that would have been shared to my client would also have been shared to Dr. Linkwane. It's on that basis that I wanted her to confirm whether the statement is indeed correct. And she did confirm. She says that they were informed that this was shared to them. This was prepared by Dr. Gail Ure.
Can I hear Ms. Maite?
My lady, just two aspects. The first aspect is what the witness has confirmed is that based on the testimony from yesterday, that she was informed by Dr. Manamela that the list comes from Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
That's the first thing. But the second thing is once there is confirmation, whether yay or nay, my lady, the relevance, where are we going with this?
Yes.
My lady, I can answer to that. So the relevance of this question is that this list, as my learned colleague, Mr. van Bergen, had pointed out yesterday during his cross-examination of this witness, that this list, the list is prepared by Dr. Ure, but at the end of the day, the conclusions or assumptions that was being made is that the department, in fact, by going to the different NGOs prior and in preparation of placing the mental health care users, had also given instruction as to where these mental health care users should be placed. And therefore, I'm saying that the evidence that was led by my witness.
I've noted you, Ms. Maite.
And the evidence the evidence that was led yesterday by this witness.
Mr. Late, I've also noted you.
Is that this list was not necessarily only prepared by Life Esidimeni, and I'm saying that that is not true. The list was prepared by Dr. Gail Ure, and I wanted this witness to confirm that, and the witness has confirmed that, my lady.
Okay. Ms. Maite, then we'll be followed by Mr. Late.
It must be noted with absolute certainty that what the witness indicated was that the list she was informed by Dr. Manamela was prepared by Dr. Gail Ure.
In other words, she cannot confirm
that it was definitively prepared.
In other words, she doesn't have personal knowledge of those facts.
And that is consistent with her evidence from yesterday.
Come again?
That is consistent with her evidence from yesterday.
Yes,
that is what she was told.
Correct.
So she can't confirm, as my learned friend would like her to do, that is indeed the position. She can't want to club the evidence of Ms. Sinello and Dr. Linkwane together, despite the fact that they were at the same place all at the same time. Their perceptions were different. That much is evident. But my second issue, my lady, is the answer of relevance has still not been, the question of relevance has still not been answered by my learned.
Okay, I've not yet gone there. I saw Mr. Late. Can I hear Mr. Late? Thank you, Ms. Maite.
My lady, my learned friend, Ms. Maite, just voiced exactly what I wanted to say. I support this.
Okay. If you can just put your hand down, Ms. Maite. Yes, the first point is the issue of confirmation. The second one that was raised previously, and I also agree with Ms. Maite that it has not been answered. The issue of relevance.
My lady, can I
think I've dealt just a second. I think the issue of you to say that I heard from so and so that this was the position doesn't say to me that therefore I have personal knowledge of that, right? So it doesn't. She didn't confirm that indeed that comes from the list comes from Dr. Ure. She says that is what she was told, right? And as Ms. Maite has indicated, that is consistent with the evidence that she placed on record yesterday. So can you deal with the issue of relevance?
Indeed, so my lady. My lady, one of the issues that will, at the end of the day, have to be addressed by yourself, by this court, is the issue of who decided where these mental health care users should be placed. That is a critical question before this court and cannot be avoided. And therefore, who prepared the list and who gave the instruction of where the mental health care users should be placed is a relevant question before this court. And that is why I'm asking this question to this witness. The issue of the preparation of the list, my lady, the mere fact that Advocate van Bergen had led this evidence yesterday in cross-examination should be a portion of the relevance of why this issue should be addressed and should be clarified before this court. Where was the mental health care users supposed to be placed? Who decided where they should be placed?
Okay.
The court will have to answer that question, and therefore the court will not be able to answer that question if the witnesses are not able to give, the ones who were involved in the placement, the movement, the preparation, the lists. If they are not able to lead that evidence, my lady, then you would not be able to answer to address that issue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maite. And Ms. Maite?
My lady, see, now we've got a different aspect altogether. If that is the question that my learned friend would like to elicit from the witness, then she must ask that question directly and ask, who do you know and who are the people who told you this is where the people must go? That would be a different question from saying the list. Are you sure? We can't go back to the issue of the list. That evidence is already before the court, my lady. And the issue of the list really does not, I still persist with the fact that any evidence that comes from the issue of the list, my lady, is not going to be assistive to my learned colleague or to the court. But if she wants to ask that direct question of who gave you those instructions of where they should go, then she must do it in exactly that manner without having to include the list or trying to elicit a different response from the witness than that which has already been asked.
Thank you. Mr. Late? Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, just to add to Mrs. Maite's objection, this evidence has already been canvassed with Mr. Nelu. The list as such will not assist this court with any specific finding because we do not know which people on that list was referred to which NGO. We only know about the list and we do not have any details about that list. So how is that going to assist this court in coming to a finding at the end? As a court, please.
Thank you. The issues are before court, and having regard to the objections that have been raised, it is my view that the line of questioning is not taking us anywhere. It is therefore not relevant. Continue, Mr.
My lady, if I may, as Ms. Maite had indicated, that if I want to ask the question of who
ask
decided,
the direct questions.
let me ask the direct question.
Just try, okay. Let's forget about the issue of the list. The issue of the list, it's already on record. Your client has testified about it. It is there. Then you just posed direct questions because insofar as this witness is concerned, she doesn't know who prepared the list. That's evidence.
Indeed so, my lady, and I accept her evidence. Dr. Linkwane, can you tell the court who gave you instruction as to where the mental health care users should be placed?
As to where?
As to where? Which NGO? Who should go where? Whom of the mental health care users should be sent to which NGO or which hospital? Who gave you that instruction?
We were getting the list of the NGOs where to send by the identifying a team. Sometimes also Dr. Manamela.
Who is the identifying team, if I may, just for purposes of the record?
Mr. Tobani and Ms. Hannah Jacobas. They are the ones that were telling us to say send to Tsepong so many patients. Then we would prepare the Life Esidimeni would prepare those patients because they are the ones that knew the patients.
And then in concluding this aspect, did Life Esidimeni or their staff that was present at the time of discharging the patients play any role in deciding where patients should be placed?
Come again?
Did Life Esidimeni staff that was present at the time of discharge play any role in deciding where mental health care users should be placed?
They didn't know the NGOs where they were going to place. They played a role because we were telling them they want intellectually disabled, and then they would select those patients because they are the ones that knew the patients. We didn't know the patients.
Who was playing the question was, did any staff?
Yes, they played, yes.
Yes, but you say you are using the word they. Who is they?
I'm saying Life Esidimeni played a role because they are the ones that knew the patients when we told them that specific NGO wants an intellectually disabled or a psychiatric patient.
Okay.
They played the role because they are the ones that were selecting the patients. We didn't know the patients.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwani.
Thank you, my counsel.
Mr. Profi, and I see, I don't know, where are you?
My camera should be coming on. My lady, may I request for us, I don't want to start and then stop during the lunch adjournment. May we please take the lunch adjournment now, reconvene at 1:45?
It's now 12:47. I think we can take the lunch adjournment now and resume at 13:50, 10 to 2. The witness is warned. Thank you very much.
As the court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court,
Please.
We have now reconvened. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Mr.
Can the court hear me?
Yes.
My difficulty is that I don't see anyone on the screen. Can I just try and fix that, lady? Can both the court and the witness see me?
As you are doing that, can I check with the, okay, Mr. Veselo? Just a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes?
No, I didn't. I think it was a mistake.
Okay. Before I do that, before you proceed, Miss Beauty Kekana, are you there? Because every time I see she joins the meeting late. Even yesterday, I was looking and checking as to whether she was there. Then now she comes to interrupt the meeting. Okay. Yes, you have been joining the meeting late. Am I wrong? You are on mute, ma'am. I can't hear anything at all. While you fix your connections, can I wanted to go to Mr. Pitlela even before he raised his hand, just to inform him that I prefer to start with Mr. Veselo, Mr. Profi. Mr. Pitlela, then Mr. Late.
So please, Your Ladyship. Oh.
Yes, you look tired, eh?
Yeah, it's been a long day, my lady.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Do you want to proceed before Mr. Profi, or do I allow Mr. Profi first?
No, you can proceed. I'll proceed after him, and I believe.
Are you want to proceed after him?
Yeah, I will proceed after him. Not a problem, my lady.
Come again?
I'm saying I will proceed after him. Not a problem.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to say to you that I didn't forget you.
Yes, please.
Because I know you always come before him, ne? And then Miss Kekana? Okay.
My lady?
Just a second. I'll come back to you. There is Miss Kekana. Try, please. No. You must ask somebody to assist you to check your connectivity. Yes, Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady. Ms. Kekana has phoned me yesterday all the time, and she sent me SMSs and WhatsApps and whatever to inform me that she was under the impression that we have muted her. But there is definitely something wrong with her connection, because when an assistant helped her 2 days on I think it was on Thursday, she then could connect to us. So she mustn't think that the problem lies with us.
I think it's something that they must look at.
Yes.
But then I'm worried because now she should, she's missing some of the proceedings. But in any event, she can watch on YouTube.
Yeah, I think she can hear.
Problems. And even Mr. Pitlela, we don't know whether he is the one who's going to be appointed, but at least he's attending the proceedings. Okay, you can just check with her if they manage to sort out the problem. Thank you. Mr. Profi, can you see anyone now?
I can, my lady. The issue has resolved itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Proceed.
My lady, just to canvass the aspect of where my cross-examination is going, it's been quite refined over the lunch break due to questions that have already been raised. in conjunction with Ms. Zanilo's evidence. So it is only pertaining to clarity on that spreadsheet, the medical records, and the NGO's admission, how it admitted from the placement team.
Okay. We shouldn't be repeating what we have been saying. Please bring the specifics so that the witness can, evidence can help the court, please. Continue.
Just for clarity of the witness as well as the court, the witness has stated that she had listened to Ms. Zanilo's evidence, so I'm barely going to make reference to that because it's already on record. But if there is a time where she doesn't understand, she's more than welcome to let me know to give her the background to the statements I make. Cool.
Okay.
Afternoon, Doctor. I am Advocate Profi on behalf of the NGO Disciplinary Inquest. I don't intend on keeping you very long because many of my questions have already been answered. When I ask you a question, it's really a lot of general statements were put to you. So I really just want to refine it specifically to the NGO which I represent. So I don't need more general information or information on anybody else, but how it specifically relates to Disciplinary Inquest. Are we on the same page?
Good afternoon, Council.
Before we proceed, as I had mentioned, that it's going to be in light of the Disciplinary Inquest and the users which she has to account for. So I just want to take you to her statement so that it curtails my cross-examination. If I can then just take you to the NGO's statement, which begins on page 542. Please let me know when you're there.
I'm there, my lady.
542.
Correct. I'm just showing the witness that is where the evidence begins. The relevant paragraph is paragraph.
This is the evidence of, if you can just lay the basis for this.
This is a statement by Patricia Mbasha, who represents the NGO Disciplinary Inquest. The statement begins at 542. The relevant paragraph I'd like to refer the witness to is paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8 will be on page
544, my lady.
Okay. If you can read the statement first.
542.
Yes.
544, paragraph 8.
The statement starts from 542.
Can't get to the page. I'm still trying. Yes, my lady.
Yes, have you read the statement?
Paragraph.
Don't you want to read the statement so that you can get the context?
Yes,
Before he refers
I
to
want
that particular
paragraph and the...
You want to go straight to the paragraph? Okay, that's fine.
No. Okay, let me read from... Should I read the whole statement?
It's up to you. I was trying to assist you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Woman.
I have read the statement, my lady.
Just a second, I'm finishing paragraph 8.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, the reference to paragraph 8 is, I just wanted confirmation or clarity from you if you recall any of these 3 users in the transfer process.
I don't recall the names of these users because I was not familiar with them. I could recall other names, but with this one, these 3 that you have put here, I don't recall, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed.
Now, I want to move on to the spreadsheet. Do you still have it downloaded and open from yesterday when you were cross-examined by my senior advocate van der Bergen?
No.
Okay. So if we then go to page, we'll just download it again. It's page 37285. And click on the link.
785.
Correct.
Thank you.
Please just let me know once it's downloaded and open.
You said 3785.
37285.
Oh, 285. Okay. 37285.
That's correct. You click on the hyperlink.
Okay.
Yes, continue.
It should then download the Excel spreadsheet.
I see the 002. Which one should I click?
You click on the Excel spreadsheet on that 002 copy of copy.
Okay, I'm there.
Is it opening?
Yes.
Is it open before you?
Yes, my lady.
So if you scroll down there on your left, there are numbers. So before facility name, we're on sheet 1. So next to facility name, there are numbers all the way down.
Yes.
If you scroll down to number 72, the first name should be William.
72, ne?
Correct, my lady.
William Vulani.
That's correct. Now,
Yes,
I want to
my lady.
pause on this point, and we're going to go back to that very line. What I need to know moving forward is before the lunch adjournment, you had indicated that the source or writer of the spreadsheet you are not aware of, but Dr. Manamela told you that this is the spreadsheet that would deal with the placement of the users. So all I need to know is that you relied on the accuracy of the information on that spreadsheet.
The accuracy of this, also with the info assistance of the live Esidimeni staff
Correct.
that are working with the patients.
Now, without going into too much of Hannah Yakuba's evidence, it was her evidence before this court that she was not responsible for the transferring, but that she had communicated the NGO's criteria to the placement team. So that evidence would then translate that the placement team is then you and Ms. Sanello. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Ms. Hannah Jacobus had communicated the NGO's readiness and criteria to you.
Yes, the identifying
The team, not
yes.
her alone. If I understood your evidence, Ms. Hannah Jacobus and Mr. Franz Tobani
Had communicated to the placement team the criteria of the NGOs.
Yes, my lady.
So had you seen Ubushlebe Nkosi's license before transferring or placing the users to the NGO?
Come again?
Had the doctor seen the license, so she knew the criteria, and so having known the criteria, did she also see a license for the NGO?
I don't recall seeing the license.
That's fine.
But I was told all the NGOs that we are placing, they've got licenses.
And this particular NGO's criteria was females with chronic mental disabilities. So that you were aware of that criteria. Can you hear me?
Can you hear the question?
Come again, Council.
You were aware that the criteria for Ubushlebe Nkosi was females with chronic mental disabilities. That was her criteria, or the NGO rather's criteria.
Aware in the sense of the license.
Yes.
I said I didn't see the license.
I accept that you didn't see the license,
Yes.
But you knew what Obuhle Nkosi was ready to, the users they were ready to accept.
As told by the identification team.
Correct. So you knew their criteria because you were told by the identification team, is all I'm getting at.
Yes, as the identifying team said to us, send to Buhle Nkosi so many patients that meet this criteria.
Correct. So now if we can go back to the spreadsheet with the knowledge that you
Just
knew.
before you go there, what is the response? Were you aware? Is that yes? Were you aware of this criteria?
As told by the identifying team.
Okay. Can I just close the windows? It's raining heavily here. Just a second. Yes, you may proceed.
Now, Doctor, if we go back to the spreadsheet, item 72, I do not wish to go into extensive detail. The only aspect I wish to canvass is age reflects as 66. You see that? So if you scroll to the right, after date of admission, duration of stay, number, DOB, age. It's a 66.
Date of birth, are you referring to that 1941?
The very next block. Referring to age, where it says age.
Okay, yes.
So if we go 3 away from where it says 99, 1950, 0101, 2016, 0315, 66. Do you see that?
90, where are you reading?
I was reading from under number. It says 99. Under date of birth, it says 1950, 0101. The next column reads 2000.
Is this for number 72?
I don't see that. I see 9.
Yes, I don't think we are on the same page. Number 72, what do you see, Doctor? On the date of birth or the ID number?
On the date of birth, I see 9/30/1941.
Yes, you are correct. 30 September 1941. And the age here has been put as, at the time, in 2016, as 75.
75.
Mr. Profi? You could be mixing the two, I think.
Yeah. So
what you were reading, it's for number 73. Let's look at, isn't it reference here is made to Mr. William?
Correct, my lady. So
something is not right here. Let me just check. Oh, just a second. I think, yes. Yes, just check here. William Mvulani.
Address unknown.
Address unknown. And then, let me see.
Blank. Contact telephone is blank. Gender.
Yes, 99. Then 1950, yeah, now I see it.
Because it's number 76, number 76.
Just check. Yeah, as you scroll, then it changes. We must stick to number 72.
If I may, if now that the doctor has said 76, the Excel spreadsheet cell is 76, but the content of the document in terms of its itemized numbering is 72. That makes better sense.
Yeah, there is a confusion here because if you go to...
So what I need is to be scrolled down to not the spreadsheet's numbering, but the numbering of the document is 72.
Yes, but if we can check, just come with your question so that we understand, because I'm also getting confused. Because
66 years old when she was dealing with the placement.
Come again?
The doctor knew that William was 66 years old when dealing with his transfer. This is the document that was used to transfer users. The information on this spreadsheet reflects he's 66 years old. She believed this information to be correct.
Yes, as I said, the identifying team were the ones that were telling us to send patients to this particular NGO that meets their criteria of this age, whether it will be a female or a male. Hence, we sent to Ubuhle Benkosi because he was meeting the criteria of Ubuhle Benkosi.
So that's where I disagree with you, is that the criteria which Ms. Jacobus had said she'd communicated with you is under the age of 60. So Ubuhle Benkosi was not ready to admit, house the elderly at all.
I wouldn't know where to send if the identifying team didn't tell me where to send. I relied on the identifying team.
But the identifying team has testified, or part of the identifying team has testified, that they had told you the criteria, and the elderly was not one of them.
This has been answered. Let's move on.
Now, Doctor, this is used for patients being transferred out of, is it Waverley?
Yes, my lady.
So while we're on the topic of Waverley, before I proceed, I don't want to go extensively into Ms. Anela's evidence, but since you have disagreed with Ms. Jacobus's evidence, I want to make sure that you agree with Ms. Anela's evidence, that from Waverley, the last bunch of users were transferred out of Waverley, out of the sick bay. According to Mr. Anela's evidence.
Were transferred to Baneng and Ranfontein.
But out of the sick
Waverley, from Waverley, those are the ones that were transferred late on the 31st of May to Baneng and Ranfontein.
Just a step back, when we're talking about Waverley, they were the users that had minor complications in the sick bay at Waverley.
Minor ailments, yes.
They
were transferred to Baneng and Randwest.
Okay, but they came out of the sick bay of Waverley is what I need an answer to. that you agree with Mr. Nello that they came out of the sick bay because they had minor complications out of the sick bay of Waverley.
Do you agree with this?
I agree with that, but they didn't go to Ubuhle the very same day. They went to Baneng and Randfontein.
I agree. I fully agree with you. You were ahead of me when I was merely saying that out of the sick bay from Waverley, they went to 2 other Life Esidimeni facilities, and out of those 2 facilities, they went to Abushlebi Nkosi. I fully agree with you. I just wanted us to depart from that they came out of the sick bay of Waverley because they had minor complications, and then I'm on the same page as you.
Yes.
So, in respect of these 3 users, I know you don't recall them personally. So I want us to move to now the second aspect that I said my cross-examination would deal with, which is the discharge. So can we go to page 3412?
3412.
That's correct, my lady. Doctor, please will you let me know when you are on that page?
You have directed us to 4312. Which page are we talking about here?
4312, my lady.
Yes, so it's not 3412, it's...
It is the discharge report from Baneng Center, because we'd agreed that they went from Waverley. They then left Waverley out of the sick bay to Baneng, from Baneng to Abushlebi Nkosi. The user's name reflects, his ID reflects, date of birth reflects.
This is now a different name, ne?
Correct. We're moving to a different user than the one in the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have indicated that I've concluded the spreadsheet user. I'm indebted to the court because I didn't finish my question from leaving the spreadsheet. Doctor, see, the spreadsheet told us all the information you had at your disposal when moving from Waverley. Does another spreadsheet exist that has the other 2 users' names on it?
Come again, I'm struggling to hear you. I don't know whether I'm the only one.
I'm also struggling, my lady.
I think if you can just raise your voice, you are speaking soft.
But I will also just turn the volume up.
Okay, please do so.
Is this any better, my lady?
Yes, continue. I haven't heard.
But I will speak up. What I wanted to know from the doctor is that spreadsheet was used to move patients from Waverley. So William Namvulani's identity and information reflects on that spreadsheet. Now,
are we going back to William now?
My lady, it's not about William. Perhaps if I ask the question, my lady will then understand. It's for just clarity on the other 2 users. Does such a spreadsheet exist for them?
Can you follow?
Doctor? My lady, he has referred me to page 4312. Yes, and then
you're
it's
looking at Timothy Kupalo. Now he's coming back about referring you to William Vulan. That's why you should have just finished that point.
No,
it's so confusing.
My point with William is done. What I'm asking is for Timothy. Does such a spreadsheet exist with his name on it?
Whose name? William Vulan?
No.
No, Timothy. This one. Okay. Yes. All what he's saying to you is that like previously, he had just referred you to the name of William Vulan, which appeared on the spreadsheet. Now he wants to know whether this very same name of Timothy Numalo Is it there? Have you ever seen a spreadsheet where the name appears? Is that what you wanted?
Correct, my lady.
I'll have to go through the entire spreadsheet and see if Timothy Ngumalo is appearing in this.
That is the answer that you are getting?
My lady, when I've done a search, his name is not there. So that's why I'm asking the witness, what did she use to place Timothy Ngumalo?
If I recall also, there's a spreadsheet also for Baneng and for Randfontein. There were different spreadsheets. Okay. I don't know if Timothy is appearing on the Baneng one. Maybe we can, I would request that maybe we look at the spreadsheet of Baneng.
Perhaps the evidence leader can give me direction, but that Baneng one is not on case lines. So is there any way that we can get Baneng's spreadsheet? Because I do agree with you that I think his name would be on that spreadsheet.
Yes.
But I can continue, my lady. I just wanted to know if such a spreadsheet existed and that his name doesn't reflect on this one. So she used the other spreadsheet to facilitate his placement.
All right.
So I can move forward, my lady.
So this one is the spreadsheet pertaining to which facility?
The one on case lines, my lady?
Yes.
Waverley.
Oh. Okay.
Doctor, you agree with me that the spreadsheet we'd refer to you with Mr. is from Waverley?
I'm thinking that it could be this patient was also the patient that should be transferred to the NGOs, but being at Baneng. So the spreadsheet for Baneng could assist us.
But then what does it mean to us? Does it mean to us that the spreadsheet, this one that appears on case line, only puts the name of those patients who went straight to the NGOs? Maybe I'm missing something. What does it mean to us? Because isn't it, this person was initially at Waverley, as you have testified that
they were also paid. Sorry, my lady, sorry to interrupt.
They were?
Can I explain?
Yes, you may do
if
so.
If I recall, there were also patients that were at Baneng that were supposed to be transferred. According to the decanting plan, there is the one that Dr. Manamela has sent. Also, Baneng patients are supposed to be sent to the NGO. So hence, I'm saying it could have been one of them.
Okay, I get that, but my question was in relation to the fact that how does it come that this name doesn't appear? Who were the ones specifically that are on this particular spreadsheet that has been uploaded on case line? The one that we have been talking about. Maybe Mr. Profi can also help because... Do you get where I'm getting, Mr. Profi?
I do, my lady, and the doctor is more than welcome to correct my understanding from Ms. Sanelo's evidence and the evidence that the doctor just gave now, is that there were patients in the sick bay at Waverley who were transferred to the two facilities, Baneng and Rand West. Rand West. So I was initially under the impression that all of them from Waverley were divided between these two. But from this witness testimony, it seems that there were already patients in these two Life Esidimeni facilities, and those from Waverley joined them. So the reason why his name is not on the Waverley... It
could be for that reason.
It's for that reason that he was not part of the transfer from Waverley to Life Esidimeni. He was already in a Life Esidimeni.
Because they moved from life in between the Life Esidimeni facilities before they were sent to the NGOs.
Correct.
Yes, so then we can leave it. Let's proceed.
So I just needed the clarity that he could then be on the Baneng spreadsheet. But
yes.
I had taken you to the discharge report for Timothy Nxumalo. You had read what Ms. Mbashe had said about Timothy Nxumalo in paragraph 8 of her statement. So what I just need confirmation on is that when we discussed medical reports, we had said that it comes with a periodic report and a discharge summary. Is this, when we refer to the discharge summary, is this what we made reference to?
This is discharge summary that is written by the discharging doctor.
Which would be from Baneng to the NGO.
Yes.
We have the front page being the first page. If we now scroll down to the next page, 4313. My assumption is that this is not complete because of the lines that begin on the next page. There's a page, these pages are not numbered, but I presume that this, let me ask you the question. Is this discharge report complete?
It's written by the medical doctor.
Is it complete?
I, as the nurse, I cannot say it's complete or not complete. I cannot comment on it.
When you were transferring users, what did you look for to ensure that there was a discharge summary?
Discharge summary written by the doctor.
The first page is what you look for and you're satisfied.
Pardon?
First page is what you look for and then you're satisfied.
There's the doctor who wrote the discharge. I cannot comment on the discharge summary that is being written by the doctor. If we see there is a discharge summary, we are satisfied that this is the discharge summary that is written by the doctor. I cannot comment on what doctor has written.
I'm not asking you to comment on what is written in the report. I'm asking you, in having dealt with discharge summaries and reports before, in your experience, my question is very simple, is this discharge report complete?
I still say I cannot comment because it's written by the medical doctor.
Move on. On what appears to be the second page, if we scroll down, where it says present medication. So under the heading special investigation.
That is now which page?
Very next page, my lady, 4313.
I can see that, my lady.
Special investigation, okay.
The diagnosis is there and the present medication is there. I want to know that on this issue of medication, would you have checked that all this medication was transferred with the patient?
As I indicated that the medication was transferred with the patients, the only thing that was reported on our Monday meeting, it was reported to Dr. Manamela that the medication was for 7 days in other instances, and that was dealt with. Dr. Manamela intervened. That's what I said.
I wasn't asking for the number of days of the medication. I was asking that is it part of a transferring process that the doctor would say that presently this user has this medication. Does anybody check that that medication is transferred with the user?
You are correct, my lady.
So would you have had to have then checked that this present medication goes with the user to the NGO?
As I indicated, yes, my lady.
Thank you. The physical state and diagnosis, and perhaps, I know you're not the doctor who filled this out, but all I can read there is unable to feed himself. I'm not sure what the first word is.
Where are you reading? Sorry, my lady.
Physical state and diagnosis as you go down under special investigation. There was an issue about present medication, family planning. As you go,
Yes.
then the next one is physical state and
State
diagnosis.
and diagnosis. Ambulant.
My lady.
Yes.
It says
there's
ambulant.
Just a second, because Mr. Pinar. Mr. Late, not Mr. Pinar.
My lady, I don't know where Mr. Profi is on his way with his questioning. The discharge summary is meant for the new facility where the person is going to, so that they can know what the diagnosis of this person is and what the medication is that this person is at that stage using. That is a testimony up till now from everybody who dealt with discharge summaries. What this witness can testify about discharge summaries that will help this court, I cannot understand. I don't know why Mr. Profi.
In fact, I kept quiet. I wanted to hear from him. Where is he taking us? But where does this take us, Mr. Profi?
Yes,
my lady, the witness had made it clear that she doesn't agree with Hannah Jacobus, that they told her that the elderly was not receptible at the NGO. Putting it to the witness, she had testified that she was satisfied with the condition that the users left, whereas on the discharge summary, which she takes from Life Esidimeni and gives to the NGO, the state of the user is clearly visible there. She knew the state. So to then say, I was satisfied with the condition that it left to in the NGO, she knew its criteria. She knew that it couldn't receive the elderly.
I've noted you, Mr. Van Bergen, I think. Okay.
He was unable to feed himself, all stated in the discharge summary. And the point where I'm getting to is that he should have, somebody like this, she assessed him, she saw him, he should have never ended up at a bush labour.
Can I first give Mr. Late to reply before I go to Mr. Van Bergen?
Ladies, the testimony is clear that the final assessments are done by psychiatrists and doctors of Life Esidimeni. The government psychiatrists and doctors didn't want to intervene.
Correct,
in
yes.
the assessment of patients because they don't know the patients, and it would be unethical to do so.
And this could have been the reason why this Form 1 might say that it was not completed in full.
That's good. And the discharge summary is completed by a doctor. And when a nurse receives an instruction or a document from a doctor, they don't question the doctor. That is
what the witness has said, yes.
That's what she said from the start. Why Mr. Profi keeps on hammering on this discharge statement, I cannot understand, because this witness cannot assist us.
Okay.
That's cool.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Just a factual correction, my lady. If one looks at the line physical state and diagnosis, my learned friend, Mr. Profi, suggested that it says unable to feed himself. That is able to feed himself. You
can't even say, yes, I don't know whether it's able or unable.
Yes, my lady, I read it.
In any event, it is not clear, according to me.
My lady?
Yes, just a second. Mr. Van Bergen was still on the floor.
My lady, that's the only point I wish to make, is that if a statement is made, it must correlate with the objective evidence. And
okay, all right, let's deal with the... Okay, I get you. Can we first deal with the first part? I thought maybe it was in relation to the first part. Mr. Profi, where are we going with this line of cross-examination?
May I have made where I want to go clear in answering the evidence leader? That also, I'm not questioning the content of it, but I merely wanted to get the background as to when she receives it and how the placement procedure happens. As a nurse, who she said the users belong to the department, and she's concerned from a department perspective. Does that mean she doesn't read a discharge summary? She doesn't do anything with it. She reads the front page and keeps it moving. It was merely to get that context of the depth at which she deals with the reports, which are then given to the NGOs.
Can we leave that and move on? And then now the second thing, from what Mr. Van Bergen has just raised, I was also thinking as to whether it is unable or able. Can any one of us see how that reads? Because it's not legible. So just to put a bold statement to a witness to say, this says this. Remember, this is a lay person. She will just answer. She doesn't know. I mean, it's better to put correct facts to the witness. Can we move on?
But just for that, my lady, it emanated from the paragraph 8, where she says that he was unable to feed himself. But I'm not going to take that.
But we need to be careful because we have discussed the issue of relevance.
Maria, I'm going to move on.
Okay, all right.
Can I assist my lady?
You want to?
No, I want to say the way I see it, ambulant, able to feed himself.
Okay, so it's able. Okay.
Able to feed himself. The way I see it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Prophet.
Maria, I just want to get my bearings to go to the next page. Can we then move to page 4316? This is in respect of his period.
4316, ne?
Correct, my lady. Reads Department of Health, periodic report number 7. There's, I note, and I don't want to go through the same dilemma with the evidence leader as we did before, in respect that she's a nurse and she can only answer as far as she can answer. But from
where are we getting now with regard to this one?
I want to ask you this periodic report is not complete. One doesn't need to be a nurse or a doctor. It doesn't have to be signed by a doctor. The page numbers are there. The page numbers. There are pages missing from this report, is all I want to put to the witness. Begin at the front page. It's page 1, page 5, page 4. Your report is incomplete. No reference to its content. One can deduce that this report is incomplete. Do you agree with me or not?
My lady, before the witness answers, I submit this is an unreasonable question to put to this witness. She does not know who copied these documents, whether the initial document was complete or not. And to just make the bold statement that the document is incomplete loses sight of the fact that these documents passed through numerous hands from having been issued by the issuing doctor up to the point where it was copied. And just to make the statement, it is incomplete. Well, it is incomplete, but the question is, when did it become incomplete, or was it incomplete?
Especially when one takes into account that the evidence is not that the witness is the one who completed the document.
As your ladyship pleases.
My lady, I was not, if my next question, if my learned senior would have allowed me the opportunity, would have been if she, and the question was, is it complete? She would have answered yes or no. If she answered yes, I would have showed her the pages that are missing. But the insinuation was not that because the one that's on Payson is incomplete, that she's responsible for it being incomplete. It's merely she can testify whether I had sight of a complete record, so I cannot tell you what happened between that time to it getting on case lines. Cannot take responsibility for that. If she's had sight of a complete record or not, that's what she can testify.
But there is nothing wrong in doing that as long as you put the correct facts to the witness. Just to say this is the document, it is incomplete, as I understood Mr. van Bergen's objection.
But I needed her to either agree or not with me that if she had said it's complete, I couldn't take it any further. If it's her version that is how it looks, I couldn't take it further. But if she
and where does it take us? This question.
That in terms of her evidence yesterday, medication and medical records were in order with the NGOs. This then shows that if the NGOs who had previously put on record that there is...
Has the witness seen has she seen the document before? Perhaps we should know whether she saw it before. We understand it is a periodical report. Has she seen it before? Then we leave it. If she says yes, it's something. If she says no, there's nothing that we can do.
But is it not the evidence that when the transfer takes place, the...
Yes, but this specific one, did she see it?
Doctor?
No. But can I assist my lady?
Yes, please.
I see here the doctor has written to continue with medication awaiting placement.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So he can be placed.
So did you see this or this report in respect of this user or not?
She said,
I can't remember. I've already answered to say I can't remember if I saw this because patients were in a...
Okay.
Just a second. I think she didn't complete. Remember, she said no when you asked her a direct question as to whether she remembers seeing this. She said no. Yes. Can we leave this, please?
I'm going to wrap up shortly. I just wanted to place that on record. Lastly is I'd advise the court that I would conclude with the NGO's admission document. Can we please turn to page 4319? 4319.
Thank you. Yes, still Timothy Numalo.
Timothy, I only wish to draw, I just require clarity on a point, my lady, that's been stuck with me, and further that there was this general statements put to the witness that they left satisfactory. We cannot say what happened in the bus. So now I want to pick up from when they come out of the bus. So it is the evidence that the general statements put to her yesterday, she had said that she cannot testify what happened in the bus, but when they got into the bus, they were fine. So then if one has sight to then how the NGO admitted the user, this particular user, being the 24th of June, his physical condition is fairly hydrated, not well kept. Psychological condition, I'm not going to put something that I cannot fully read before the witness. Hygiene poor, clothing bought with, no clothing. I just need her, and then the NGO then did vital signs and included that on the admission report. The only conclusion I wish to put to the witness is then, if the NGO says that it admitted this particular user, and he was not well kept. You say he entered the bus well kept, and something happened on this bus ride that then resulted in the users getting out of the.
Come again?
There's an objection, my lady.
Yes, but I didn't even pick up your. That's why I'm complaining that I can't hear you properly. Before I hear the objection, I have to understand your question. But if I didn't hear it.
My question is that yesterday's general statements concluded that she was satisfied with the condition in which the users were put into the bus, and she cannot testify with what happened in the bus.
And then, what is your question now?
That when the bus arrived at Esidimeni Inquest and they admitted this particular user, made that assessment, is the conclusion then that something had happened in the bus ride for him to go from satisfactory to not well kept? Is
Mr.
that
Lee?
once the
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lee?
As court pleases, my lady, the witness worked at Waverley Care Centre, and that's where they discharged the patients from to the different other facilities. This mental health care user was taken to Reconvening, and thereafter was taken to
Reconvening.
It's misleading to ask the witness what happened on the bus, because they received the patient from Reconvening, not from Waverley.
No, my lady, what I'm trying to put to the witness is that I don't want, like my senior yesterday was caught up in the scenario where he said he didn't want to be caught in a scenario where he didn't put a specific reference before the court. And the court makes a finding, which is why this morning I had asked, can specific reference be made to an NGO? So when the witness statement is that when the users were transported, I was satisfied when they arrived at the NGOs.
That's what she says. I observed that this is what I observed.
Right. That the users had left to the NGOs and they were fine. What I'm putting to her is that in respect of, yes, I acknowledge that general statement, but in respect of Esidimeni Inquest is saying that on admission, this is how this user presented.
So you want her to comment on that?
Correct, my lady.
Because okay, Ms. Maite, I've noted you. What I pick up from the objection by Mr. Late is that how would she say anything in relation to that? Because she was only based in Waverley at the time. And we must also understand that if this particular patient was in Waverley, the transfer from Waverley didn't end in Butlebonkosi on the same day.
Okay.
He proceeded to Reconvening, and now after that, then to Waverley, to Butlebonkosi. Did I pick? Is that the basis of our objection, Mr. Late?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. How would she comment about it?
The witness whether the change happened on the bus, but that's the testimony.
Yes. Okay.
No.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady. My lady, just for my own clarity, the document that we are dealing with at the moment indicates that it is a Umehluko Benkosi Care Center. Firstly, is this the same as Butlebonkosi as being represented by Mr. Profi? That's just the first clarifying question. And my second question is, as properly my second objection.
Let me get your first question first. Yes, your first.
My first question, my lady, this is a clarity-seeking question. It indicates that this is a document from Umehluko Benkosi Care Center. Now, Umehluko, I'm not sure if it's the same as Butlebonkosi.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Now I pick it up. Yes. And then
so that was my just a clarifying question. And the second one is an objection. My lady, as prefixed by my learned friend, he indicated that the evidence of the witness has been that beyond the bus, she doesn't know. And yet the question seeks to have an answer about things that took
beyond
place
the bus.
Beyond the bus.
Yes.
So I do object and indicate that that would be contrary to the evidence that is currently before the court.
Without repeating and repeating, because you have been explaining, I don't think the witness will be in a position to answer what you have just asked her, because indeed that is beyond the bars. And now the second one is the clarification. The first, let's go to the first one by Ms. Maide. The clarification as to whether is it Ubeki Nkosi and Ubutlebe Nkosi? Is it one and the same thing?
Under the case lines document for its clinical reports, it reflects as Ubutlebe Nkosi, but in both the discharge and as well as this,
it's a different name.
It's a different name.
Yes.
So I would have to inquire from Patricia Mbasha if it's just an error that just followed through on all the documentation in terms of the name of the, but that reflects consistently on departments.
Thanks, Ms. Maite. Continue.
But in terms of the second objection, it's
no. I think I'm done with that one because it's the same as what Mr. Late alluded to.
Then I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Where is my list now? Mr. Pihlela, it is now your turn.
As it pleases, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you. My lady, there are several areas which I wish to explore with my examination. I'm going to deal with the issue of delegation, the issue of transfer, because it keeps coming up and it hasn't really been clarified from my client's perspective. The issue of the shortages of medication, to the extent that this witness is aware of that. The assessment and placement, as well as the report that was from the Cardinal CCRC. I think it's on page 30252.
Which page?
30252.
230.
Pardon me, my lady. 302.
302.
52.
52. Okay.
Yes. Because that report, I believe, is pertinent as it indicates a link between the time when the witnesses, the patients, mental health care users were taken from institutions such as Waverley to CCRC.
Okay.
And that report was compiled in respect of CCRC, and it does mention even the names of Dr. Lengwane inside.
Okay.
So those are things that I wish to explore, my lady, with this conversation.
Let's hear you.
As it pleases. Now I'm going to start with your statement. The statement under oath, it starts on page 36310.
Page 36310.
And I think it concludes on page 36318. So I'm going to take you through your statement as a starting point. We can start on page 36311. That is paragraph 5. Have you been able to locate the statement, ma'am? Doctor?
I think it's still quick. I've got it here. Let's give her the chance. Still early.
Three
311. You can go to 36310.
Yes, I see.
The
Yes,
statement.
The relevant portion is on page 36311, and that is paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5, yes.
Yes.
Yes, just read it first. Just read it to yourself.
I've read.
Thank you, ma'am. At the opening of the statement, you say I
This thing.
gremlins in the machine.
And it's normally this time of the day.
Yes.
It's just that, you know, you work out of the blue, you are just kicked out of the meeting.
Mid-sentence, my lady.
Nelisi, we just ensure that we are on record. I don't know whether she is already there. Just check, because once it does this, you must check if we are on record. I don't see, doesn't look like we are on record.
On my side, it shows that it's recorded.
We know our judge.
Are we on record? Because on my side, it doesn't show. Okay. Thank you. It's not, yes, it's not.
Technology, my lady.
No, in fact, it's not, we cannot attribute this to anybody, because it just does this, it kicks everyone off. If they, I don't think we can.
I think maybe there's a limit to the amount of time that you can spend on one of these things. Maybe it's in the settings or something.
Something, yes. Mr. Late and the witness, I haven't seen them rejoining. Still have 22. Okay, thank you. But the number is still very low. I see we only have 22 people who have joined. The witness, where is the witness? Has she joined? Okay. I thought maybe the systems were also failing you. Thank you. She's here.
I was lost in the way. I don't know what was happening.
No, we're all kicked out of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second. I see people are still rejoining. I'm just looking, waiting to see if at least the majority of them has joined. Mr. Makani, are you there? And Mr. Van Bergen?
Mr. Makani is here, my lady.
Okay.
Yes, my lady, present.
And then the legal team of Mr. Musenohi? Miss Mait and Mr. Matlapi? Okay.
Present, lady.
Okay. I'm just double checking. Can we then proceed in the meantime? Because I see the number is not increasing where I thought I would wait until.
If we accuse hello, are you still there? If we accuse anybody or accuse a panic.
Yeah. Cops here. All right.
Let's proceed, my lady.
Yes. We were just kicked out of the meeting. You may proceed, Mr. Pichela. You had just referred us, the witness, to page 36311,
Yes.
paragraph 5.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes, then you can continue.
Yes. I'm saying at the commencement of that paragraph, you indicate that I became involved in the Gauteng Mental Health Marathon by virtue of my position in the Mental Health Directorate as the management and care of mental health care users falls within your responsibility. Is that correct?
This evidence is already on record. Yes. Remember, she has already confirmed the statement, unless if you have got a question on this paragraph, Mr. Pitlel.
No, my lady, I didn't want to ask a very long-winded question, but...
Yes, but it now comes as a repetition. I don't want to be interfering with your cross-examination. But if you go back to the very same paragraph to say, is that correct? This has already been on record, unless if you want to come with something that is different from what it is. The evidence is already on record. She has confirmed its contents, isn't it?
I apologize, my lady. Let me try and rush it along.
Okay.
So you were roped in to assist in the project by Manamela, as you state. Now, the last part of this paragraph, you indicate that I was not issued with an official delegation letter to indicate my appointment to the project. Now, what I wanted to understand, what would be the significance of having this official delegation letter in the performance of your duties as part of this project?
My delegated duties is to support and monitor and conduct audits at the hospitals.
Ma'am, I do
and
understand that.
Pardon?
And, what I'm putting to you is
I'm still.
Yes.
Can you leave the witness to answer? Let her finish and then.
This is my lady.
I'm still trying to say my delegation is that one of supporting and monitoring the hospitals. Now this project is something else because now it involves the NGOs and the patients that were at Waverley. So for that 2 months, I had to be assisting in this project.
Okay, was it not required that you should have an official appointment in order for you to form part of this project?
Come again? I don't understand your question.
Was it not required? Okay, let me put it this way. You have been seconded to other projects.
Yes,
before.
there is an objection, I think. Mr. Late.
That's called, please, Malay. Where is this taking us? Really, I don't want to interrupt unnecessarily in the cross-examination, but where is this taking us? Really?
Can you assist us, Mr. Michel?
If my learned friend wants to have that knowledge for his own purposes, whatever, he can ask witnesses after the court. But where is this taking us, really?
My lady, I think these proceedings are degenerating into something else that is very
What do you mean by
unpleasant.
that?
What I mean by that, my lady, is this. You cannot expect the practitioners that are involved in this matter to ask questions the way that you want them to be asked. And if maybe you think that there is a better way of asking a certain question, it still does not entitle one to interfere with the process as it is running. Now, if I were to indicate to the witness why I'm asking this question, I think to me, from my own perspective, it appears that I thought maybe it makes sense because we are talking of a person being appointed in an official position to form part of a project. Now, this person is an agent for whoever is delegating those powers to her.
Yes.
Yes. Now, it does not
where
mean
does okay now
whether that appointment is proper, it was done properly, and so on and so forth.
Yes, but so far, I maybe because you were not part and parcel of these proceedings when we started, but obviously, as we sit now, we know what actually happened. The evidence it's sufficient on record to tell us what happened regarding what led to whatever happened. But now the question that you are raising, where does it take this court to decide on the issue of causation? That is what we want to know. I mean, without putting these other things, we discussed this in a meeting, all of us, and we tried to explain, you know, each and every one of you who was there, you were even asking, you know, I don't know how to deal with this. Because now what Mr. Late is asking, because when you started explaining how your cross-examination is framed, immediately you spoke about the issue of delegation.
Indeed.
I just left you. I said, let's hear. You understand? But now I'm asking myself, where are you going with this? Because I left you with a question mark to say, maybe rather let me leave him and I will hear where he's going. But now, where are you taking us? I thought you were going to come with something specific, more especially because you are representing the NGOs.
Indeed,
But
my
I
lady.
don't want us to be channeling you. The question is, we want to know where you are going, as the others were doing.
My
You
lady.
know, if we didn't have any problem with this question, we wouldn't even be interfering with your cross-examination.
My lady, that's
Can I give Mr. Late the chance? Yes, Mr. Late.
I'm only assisting my learned friend. I'm not trying to derail him or anything. But the evidence of this witness is clear on record, has been cross-examined regarding her
the role that she played.
Role in a decanting. How this witness further testimony further regarding my learned friend's clients is clearly on record. There are the reports, or the report on the NGOs that she had visited. There is evidence about precious angels and so forth. I would expect my learned friend to go there, because that is what is relevant to his clients. Not general questions about delegation and so forth and so forth. Because her testimony is clear on what she had done regarding his clients. That's why he's here. If we allow every person to go on a fishing expedition regarding the whole incident, we're never going to finish. So I'm only assisting him, telling him, let's go and hear what your version is, what your client's version is regarding this witness's testimony, regarding the NGOs that she knew about and that she had visited. As a court, please.
If I may, this official letter that was not given, where does it take us? Where are you going with regard to this letter? If it was not given, then what? If
it was not given, I was not going to pursue the issue any longer. It is going to be part of my argument when I recap on all the evidence that has been given in this matter.
Yes, but this statement, what does it say? It says she was not given with an official delegation letter. What is it that she has to clarify from this?
She has to clarify whether she was properly appointed to this project or not.
Okay. Mr. Late, did you forget to put your hand down?
I did.
Okay.
And my lady, as my learned colleague had said, senior advocate Late, he expects one to do 1, 2, and 3. And that is the basis upon which he's basically objecting, and which is exactly what I'm saying.
Remember, it is not him who decides. Ultimately,
yes, but
it is the court that decides.
He seems to want to assert the function of this court, because in terms of objecting, it is the court, I believe, that has the authority to ask me where I'm going with my questioning.
Yes, and but even there, if a person asks, if there is an objection, the court has to listen to that, isn't it?
Yes, and
yes, it is not him. We shouldn't be saying it is him. The court is listening to it, has afforded him that opportunity. And now the court takes it back to you to say, where are we going? Isn't it?
My lady, as I've indicated, the issue of the appointment of Dr. Lingwani as a delegate or as a delegatee on the project is significant, because it informs the type of authority that she exercised over the whole project. Her legitimacy to form part of this project is in question. And that is the argument that I will present on my closing. Hence, I wanted to establish if this delegation, I'm not the one who mentioned an official delegation letter. I believe that the fact that she mentioned it in a statement must have been of significance to her. If she had not mentioned it, I would not be pursuing it. So I just wanted to establish the importance of this letter that she's referring to.
Okay, Mr. Late. You are muted, Mr. Late. You are muted.
Yes. In terms of the Inquest Act, this court, in terms of Section 16 of the Act, this court has a limited function to perform in this matter. And this court has the discretion to allow questions and not to allow questions. And we as legal representatives are here to assist the court. Now, if my learned friend has a legal as a litigant, expect to go on and on and on in court without being interrupted by objections, then he's got still got a lot to learn, my lady. The delegation letter is not going to bring this court any closer to a finding regarding the identification of a deceased, the age of a deceased, the ID number of a deceased, the date and time of death of the deceased, the cause of death.
There's somebody who's disrupting the proceedings. Is it Ms. Nyatlo? If you can just look at your connection, I don't know what you are trying to do. Continue, Mr. Late.
And if somebody can be held, a person can be held criminally liable for the death. It's again general questions that is flying in the air and not bringing this anywhere.
Yeah, Mr. Pichela, there you are.
We are basing everything on, according to the sequential list, they are calling this general statements. And I cannot ask general questions. What I'm saying, my lady, it's very simple. I'm exploring an aspect that has already been revealed into evidence by the witness. She's saying, I did not receive an official delegation letter. I want to understand the significance of this delegation letter, because if it was important to the witness to state that in her evidence, then it is important for me to explore where that aspect is leading to.
Yes, but I hear
you. Not a question of me trying to find.
I hear you. You are now repeating what you have said.
Indeed.
It's still that doesn't answer the question. You know, you're trying to go. I take it that according to me, where does it take me in determining the issue of the death, the cause of death, the circumstances that led to that death, and the link between the death and who did what? Where does it take me?
My lady, to me...
Okay, continue with this question. I'm going to leave you, but if you exit, I'm going to stop you, because I surely I don't know where you are taking me.
Indeed, my lady.
Because now you seem to be so persistent. I'm going to leave you.
Grant me the
yes, continue.
On this question.
Continue, Mr. Pichela. But don't be surprised when I say no. You still didn't answer me. Continue.
As it pleases, my lady. Ma'am, in this paragraph, you state that you are not issued with an official delegation letter to indicate your appointment to the project. Now, what I'm trying to understand from you is, what is the significance of this official delegation letter? And why did you mention it in your statement?
There's besides my delegated responsibilities. If you are referring to council to the project, I didn't get an official appointment as the other project members that were appointed, and they signed the appointment letters. My lady.
So is it fair to conclude that you were never officially appointed to this project?
Because I was a subcommittee in this project.
Would you say you were officially? That's what he wants to know, whether you were officially appointed. Would you say you were officially appointed?
No, my lady.
Okay, that's what he wants. I hope this clears this question, then we move to other things, because it's not taking us anywhere. Continue.
Ma'am, I would ask you to turn to page 36313. 36313.
Yes, I'm there, my lady.
We are going to be dealing with paragraph 9. It's a very long paragraph. I'm only interested in a couple of aspects that are going to arise from your statements that you have made in this paragraph. So I don't know if you want me to accord you the opportunity to read through the entire paragraph, or you'll be able to answer questions as they come, because I believe this is your statement.
Yes, it is my statement, but can you please give me a chance to go through
just look
it
at the
again?
paragraph.
Yes, I'm done, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pihlela.
As it pleases, my lady. In this paragraph, you indicate that you were delegated to by Manamela to the Waverley facility, and also that you are expected to be actively involved in the assessment and placement of life Esidimeni mental health care users at the Waverley facility. Now, what I want to know from you is how many of these patients did you assess? Did you assess all the patients that came through Waverley facility, or only a certain portion of the patients?
Do you follow?
I don't follow the question, my lady.
You were expected, as part of the delegation that was given to you, you were expected to be involved, actively involved, in the assessment and placement of life Esidimeni mental health care users at the Waverley facility. Now, I want to know, so that I can pose to you a fair question, how many of those patients were you involved in the assessment of all the patients that originated or emanated from the Waverley facility?
I have indicated the assessment. I don't know which assessment are you referring to. My assessment that I've done, it was the nursing assessment to assist me in planning for placement.
Thank you. Proceed. It's not?
No, I wanted to say it's not the medical assessment that maybe he's having in mind.
Okay.
As it pleases. Towards the end of this paragraph, you have indicated that this enables us to determine that some of the mental health care users were initially supposed to be transferred, who were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs, were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals. Now, what I want to understand is for you to give me a proper context of this statement, or which mental health care users are you referring to here? Are you referring to all the mental health care users of Waverley, or are there specific mental health care users that you were able to determine were not fit to be transferred to NGOs, but to hospitals?
Can we not confuse the witness? If I understand this, before she answers this question, let's not widen the question. This witness was based in Waverley. Ask her about Waverley. And the statement, this paragraph, it says some. I just heard you said some of them, isn't it? Please put the correct question if you, I don't know what you want to achieve with it, but let's make sure that you ask the witness a proper question.
My lady, what I'm trying to establish here, this witness has stated under oath, and that evidence has been accepted. She has said that she found that some were not suited. Now, it might be with reference to Waverley, and that I accept. And I'm only dealing within the context of Waverley, where she was appointed and where she was based.
What is the question?
Was fired. Now, the question is, this MCUs that she was able to determine if they were suited or not suited for transfer. I want to know who are those MCUs. I want to understand where they feature. Remember, my lady, there was an objection to say one needs to put names of people so that a witness can be able to properly answer. So this witness should know, if she worked on this project, then she knows who are those patients, or she can refer me to a document where the patient list is listed. And that is what I require.
I get your question, but you must remember, this is the witness who has been consistently telling this court that she is not employed at Waverley. She was just placed there for 2 months to assist in the process of placement, isn't it? She didn't even know the patients. She even mentioned that Life Esidimeni was the one, the staff of Life Esidimeni are those that knew the patients because the patients were their patients. She only went there because the patients are there by virtue of this contract. They were there because of the contract between Life Esidimeni and the department. So she was there on behalf of the department. She didn't know the patients. I don't know, maybe you can rephrase so that she can answer.
Madeli, with respect, what I'm trying to establish here, if this witness was involved with any of the patients that had perished in this matter, I believe that she has had access to the record, similarly to myself, and she should have a proper understanding of what is there, what affects her. She knows, or she ought to know. By the same token that I'm required to know what has transpired before, what will transpire at the end. So I'm trying to put this question to this witness in order to understand what she means. I'm not putting words in her mouth. I'm asking her in accordance with what she has written in her statement, my lady.
Okay, let's hear the question. I was just saying we must bear in mind that this is the witness who has testified that she was not working at Waverley. She was only placed there to support the move. Yes?
I want to understand, ma'am, this statement you're saying, this enabled us to determine that some mental health care users who were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals. Now, I want to know that having made this assessment or having made this determination, did you generate a list of those MC mental health care users so that you are better informed that this mental health care user number 1, number 2, and number 3 are not supposed to be taken to NGOs, they are supposed to be taken to hospitals? Did you engage in that project or in that process?
The Waverley staff are the ones that knew the patients, and they wrote that list of patients that could be taken to the hospital and those that could go to NGOs, because they are the ones that knew the patient.
So you are not involved in that process. You bear no knowledge of who this and the mental health care users who were supposed to be transferred from one institution were actually transferred to another one, as per the statement that you've put in your.
I had the knowledge, but like I said, the patients, I didn't know them. So I was depending on the Life Esidimeni that they were saying, Sophie is like this, he cannot be transferred to NGO, he is better be transferred to the hospital. And others that were telling us this patient is behaving like this, and then we also recommended to say, how about this patient if he can be transferred to the hospital with their help, because I didn't know them. If I didn't go in these 2 months, the process could have continued without me being at Waverley.
Yes, ma'am, and that brings me to the essence of my question. Did you germinate, did you create a list of those patients? I don't expect you to know.
What was a list? He wants to know, was a list compiled in respect of these particular patients that you are referring to, who you, on assessment, you realize that they could have been taken to the hospitals?
The list, it was generated, those that fitted to be transferred to the hospital, they were transferred to the hospital.
Okay.
I would ask where that list is contained, but I don't think this witness would be in a position to answer that, my lady.
Continue, Mr.
Let me go towards the end of your statement. You're saying in paragraph 10, the NGO identification team would identify areas of concerns at the NGO, such as the need to install additional toilets or wash basins. They would give the NGOs a specific time frame to comply with recommendations, and only after the concerns were addressed, the NGOs could receive patients. To your knowledge, ma'am, has this been done before patients were taken to Tsepong?
I have testified that the identifying team are the ones that were telling us that you can send to this particular NGO, it's ready.
Now, my question is, to your knowledge, I'm not saying you're the one who did the identification. I'm saying you're involved in this project. You can't keep avoiding responsibility by referring to other people as the ones who are supposed to do this or do this. To your knowledge, was this done with regard to Tsepong?
Do you have that knowledge?
When we went for support visit, we observed that the infrastructure, there were still some challenges.
So the answer is what? Is it a no? Is it a yes? Is it an I don't know? Because my question is very clear and it's simple. Was this done?
What was it? Was what done? What you read from that paragraph?
Yes.
Yes, but put it in the right way. You just read it and said, was it done? What is she supposed to answer?
The statement says the
done when I saw the toilets and the wash basins when I went there.
So would you say, how would you answer the question?
It was done when I went.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lukwan. Now, I'm going to also ask you, with reference to precious angels, was that done with reference to precious angels?
What was done? I don't
understand.
understand.
That I put to you now. The NGO identification team will identify areas of concern at the NGOs, such as the need to install additional toilets, wash basins. They will give the NGOs a specific time frame to comply with the recommendations, and only after the concerns were addressed, the NGO.
But before I go to Mr. Late, how would this witness know these things while she was not a member of this identifying team? Is this not question supposed to have been asked to Mr. Hannah Jacobus? Because she wasn't part of the team. How would she? That's why I was saying what.
My lady, and that is basically the challenge that I'm faced with, because this witness has stated this in her statement. Now, the question that should have been asked before should have been, how do you then know all these things, because you are not part of that? So it's a question of the probability. What is the value of this statement?
Then I've got a problem, Mr. Pihlele. Can I hear Mr. Late? Maybe I don't know. I don't follow. I've got a problem.
It's my learned friend. I really don't understand him. I don't understand his concerns. I don't understand where he's going to. This witness testified that were, and that's in a statement, that those duties were performed by the identification team, and she wasn't part of the identification team. And when she answered that, he had the audacity to tell us that she is shifting blame to other people. She's not shifting blame to other people. It's a fact that she was not part of the identification team. How does can he say that that is shifting blame? Because that is what's said in the statement. The statement is only informative of how the process worked.
Mr. Pichele, I don't know.
To tell the court that were the duties of the investigating team, of the placement team, of identification team, doesn't mean she knows exactly what is.
In any event, does it mean that because now she has mentioned this in her statement, now she has to? Because the statement clearly says to us, we were divided. This one was allocated these duties, this one was allocated these duties. Unless, I don't know, but I don't understand this questioning. Where does it take us? The witness hasn't been part of, I mean, the Miss Hannah Jacobus testified. She was part of the identifying team of the NGOs.
With respect, paragraph 2 of the statement says, the facts deposed to herein are, unless otherwise stated within my own personal knowledge and belief, and are both true and correct. My lady, the reason I'm referring to this is because it is in her statement, and perhaps she knows something. Isn't that we are here to find out if this witness, what value this witness has to the proceedings? She mentioned it in a statement. I'm merely referring her to a statement. I'm not coming up with words or questions that come. I'm not pulling this out of thin air. I'm asking her with regard to the statement that she has written and which is on record. Maybe it's not how it is preferred to be done, but this is my own style of cross-examination.
I again answer to this.
Yes, Mr. Pinar, Mr. Late. Hey, Mr. Pinar, poor Mr. Pinar today, hey.
My lady, it is in her personal knowledge that there was an identifying team. And she was not part thereof. So she cannot assist the court in what the identification team had done. Whether they had done it Precious Angels or whatever NGO my learned friend wants to refer to. It is in the personal knowledge that there was such a team. What more does he want?
Mr. Pichele?
Now, the question was from her knowledge.
You wanted, yes,
what
can we go there? Where is that statement?
The question.
This paragraph says the persons from the MDH, the Mental Health Directorate, that were responsible for identifying the available NGOs were Jacobus and Mr. Franz Tovani. They would identify an NGO and inform us as the placement team as to how many beds were available so that we could identify the relevant number of the mental health care users to prepare for transfer to the identified NGO. I was not responsible for the identification of the NGOs. Right?
Yes.
Then it goes on. Ms. Manamela did, however, interfere with this process. The NGO identification team would identify areas of concern at the NGOs, such as the need to install additional toilets or wash basins. They would give the NGOs a specific time frame to comply with the recommendations, and only after the concerns were raised, the NGOs could receive the patients. Manamela, however, would phone us at the Life Esidimeni facilities and inform us to send a certain number of patients to a specific NGO. Right? Your question, what is your question? Because now the way I understand
from her knowledge, that I qualified that question by asking what she knows.
Can I just assist here so that we can lay this matter to rest? This paragraph of your statement, what was the purpose of including it? Because from your evidence and from the evidence and record, we understand that you were not part of the identifying team. Dr. Lengwani?
I put this statement, I wrote this statement because to show that the way things didn't unfold properly, the identifying team would tell us to say send this number of patients, like specifically for Tshepong, we ended up sending more because Dr. Manamela informed us to send also at Tshepong.
Whatever is mentioned in this paragraph, did you witness it yourself? Or is it what you thought the team had done? Do you have personal knowledge?
I know.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pitlela?
That's the answer I was looking for, my lady. In paragraph 11.
Still this, okay, continue.
That is on page 36314.
Page?
36314. Paragraph 11. You want to read it first? It's a very short paragraph.
I'm done, my lady.
Yes, continue, Mr. Pitlela.
So, ma'am, you are concerned why Tshepong has been given so many patients when hospitals were actually being given less than what was given to Tshepong. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Now, according to Ms. Franks, she will come and testify that on the 23rd of June 2016, she received 30 patients from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. One of these patients was unknown, that she was not aware that these patients were part of the patients being transferred from Life Esidimeni, that she was promised.
Yeah, just a second. She received 30 patients from CCRC and then?
Yes. This is on paragraph 5.
One of them was unknown. Okay, continue. This is paragraph 11.
No, my lady, this is from the statement of Ms. Dorothy Franks.
Yes, yes. Which is on page?
360.
360.
Yes. And that is on paragraph 5. I'm reading from paragraph 5 of this statement. Or I'm paraphrasing from it.
Okay.
Now,
30 patients from CCRC, one of them unknown. There was something about Life Esidimeni.
Yes, that she was unaware that these patients were part of patients being transferred from Life Esidimeni.
Yes, my lady.
That she was initially promised that she'll be receiving patients directly from Life Esidimeni, and was actually shocked to receive patients that came from the CCRC.
Do you have a response?
My lady, I want to understand the question
Not
relating
a question,
to this.
Pardon, apologies. It's a question that I'm putting to you. What my client is going to come and testify to.
Yes, just. This is what Miss Dorothy Frank's testimony will be, as he's putting it to you.
I don't understand which question, because she says my Counsel is saying the patients were from, Dorothy received patients from Cullinan.
Yes.
To her place. I was not involved in the patients that were transferred from Cullinan to Dorothy's NGO.
You see now, Mr. Pitlela?
My lady?
Yes, she says she was not involved.
Not a problem, my lady. She also indicates that the CCRC bought 30 patients and that she only had space. The CCRC brought 30 patients and that she only had space to accommodate 25 patients.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Now,
take
with
it that
reference to...
Yes, I think the witness has already said she was not involved in the transfer of patients, those patients from CCRC to Tshepong. That was her. I don't think it's necessary for you to continue with this one because she has already said that she was not involved in those transfers.
My lady,
yes,
can I also say I'm getting confused because from my understanding, Dorothy is the manager of NGO at Anchor. Karina is the one who is the manager at Tshepong.
Correct,
so
correct. Now you are being referred to Tshepong.
I'm being referred to Dorothy.
Yes, who's not, and now Tshepong is being linked to Dorothy.
My apologies.
You see, Mr. Pitlela, I see it's 2 minutes to 4 o'clock. Do you still have more questions? A lot of questions?
I do, my lady.
Please just do your homework. I want us to continue with the witness tomorrow before we confuse her more and more. Just check and get proper instructions. We'll continue tomorrow morning. The witness is warned. Thank you very much. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court
Please, the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Court pleases.